right. I was going to put this on concept. Okay, so for, I was going to put this on. How are you all feeling? Super tired?
Yeah.
Aw. I was hoping that the whole point is that you would all be pretty much done and not have to stay up so late. Let's see. All right, let me see. Do we have any of our guests yet? No. All right, I'm going to send you the if you want any of your classmates to see the reviews. All right, and then let me see, today we have, I sent you all the schedule. So we have, for the morning, we're going to start with Trevor. Is he here? There you go. Are you okay with that, starting us off?
Yeah, that's fine.
Somebody's got to start, right? Right, so we have Trevor, Noel, Mara, Nayan, and Irene. We're all here. Noel.
Yeah, I'm here, but for some reason my constant board isn't loading. So, but yeah.
Okay. Mara, I saw.
I'm here.
Nayan is there. All right, and then in the afternoon we have Noah, Haniye, Isaiah, and Caitlin. Yeah. Okay. So, so that's good. And then, so for the jurors, hopefully they're able to get in. If not, I guess we could always broadcast from the. Anyway, I sent you a link to the YouTube channel. I don't know if anybody tried it. Make sure it's not on, because otherwise we'll hear it because there's a delay. But if you want any of your friends to see it, it's supposed to be Cal Poly, but because it's not closed captioned, so you can't make it too widely available, but at least some people might be able to see it who want to watch it. All right, we have Tessie, I saw was here. Where'd she go? Oh, there. Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thank you all.
And we have Victor Jones.
Everyone.
Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see how you guys could already take great projects and make them greater.
All right, you're our one repeat, so you can.
So I can just do praise, nothing else.
No, we have most of the jurors are new jurors. I thought it'd be fun to have but I couldn't stop. I couldn't help but ask you because you're always so good.
And you know what? It gave us a perfect alibi to ask you because we all really wanted you to come. I'm saying she's so busy she'll never come, but we got a little edge in. So
No, they're my students too, so it'll be fun to see them.
that's true, right? Yeah, they're in your program course. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm really gonna miss them, Sarah. They were a great bunch. Huh?
Yeah, they're good group. All right, so we're waiting for Wendy and Alex Corder. Hopefully, I'm always a little nervous about people figuring out everything they need to figure out to get in. Oh, weird. You didn't get the information. All right. Um,
Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? It's Alex.
Hello, Alex. We're all here. I don't know
All
why I'm
right.
going to forward you that email. I don't know what happened.
It's in the digital vortex somewhere,
I don't know.
spinning around.
I see you're coming in twice, huh?
Yeah, one device for audio, the other one for video.
That's fine. And Wendy's here. Let me just, I'm gonna put in the chat in case you didn't get it. So for concept board, you have to, in case anybody's looking for it, you have to select one of the, we'll go over that in a minute. One of the sections. All right, Wendy, you with us too? All right, let me send you, okay. Let me see. Drafts, Alex.
Mhm.
All right. Alex, I sent you, I don't know why you didn't get it. Hopefully you got it now. It's got all the instructions.
Okay, cool.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi. So good to have everybody. All right. So as in this new age that we're living in, there's always a little bit of technical challenges. But if you are, I put in the chat, in case you didn't get our my message or had trouble, if you're able to, if you're able to select the concept board, you should be able to join our board. If you've downloaded concept board. Okay. On the, are Wendy and Victor and Alex and Tessie, were you able to get on?
I am able to see the concept board through the website, the web browser.
Okay, good. Okay, so Wendy, were you able to see it? Oh, you're muted. Endless. mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was in it earlier and couldn't see anything, so I'm getting
Okay,
into
so
it right now.
It's because of where it's locating the thing. It's got some strange thing going on. But if you go to the sections, so if you, on the left-hand side, there's a little icon that looks like a piece of paper with writing on it with 3 lines, a square box. If you click on that and you click on the first item that says site information, it will take you to one of the boards. For some reason, it just ends up sort of out of space when you first enter it. So you'll,
Oh, okay, great.
yeah?
Yep.
Alex?
Yeah, we're good, sir.
Okay, good. So now I'll just introduce you all. So we're very happy to have 4 jurors with us for this earlier session. So they are Tessie Lopez from HMC, Victor Jones, who's a professor at Cal Poly Pomona and head of the graduate program, Wendy Rogers, who's an old friend of the program and an alum and CEO of LPA, and Alex Corder, who is an architect at CO and who worked on the new big building, the administration building at Cal Poly Pomona. She got a lot of awards.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Alex. And I've known Alex for a long time too. So it's good. We have a variety of office joining us over the next 2 days, two review sessions, which will be fun because we have, I don't know, like 7 different offices in LA coming to join us to see the work. So this project is, it's a visual arts and performing arts building for Compton College. And I'll just give you a very brief introduction and then I'll let the students present their work. But basically, if you're all in the top corner, site information, it's got, you see the original campus as it is currently in this black and white and gray image. And it was an old high school. And then the bottom, below that to the left, there's a campus master plan that was developed by Gensler. And they came and talked to us about it as well in the studio. And that all of the buildings that are shown in red are new buildings that will be built in the next few years. Some of them are currently underway and some are off in the future. Our building is the one, basically, if you see the quad and you see there's an amphitheater on the south side of the quad, there's a sort of a L-shaped building that's the site for the project that we're doing. And then there's a little bit of, there's some photographs of what the campus looks like. There's a library to the right. The main library is to the right of the building that we're doing, and to the left is going to be the new physical education complex. There's a new parking lot being proposed to the south for visitors. And then obviously the quad, the redone quad, is to the north. So that's the site. Because the project is fairly, is off into the future and we didn't have an actual program that was given to us by the college, we had to develop the program. So that was one of the exercises that we did, which was, you see it if you go to the next board down, it says program information. And there, what we did was we basically used both case studies of similar buildings and also the university catalog to determine which courses were taught. You know, we use that to estimate the number of students that were in the program. We also figured out what courses were being taught, and then we looked for similar building programs. And so there's 4 columns. Each one was developed by a different group. The students were split into groups of 4 to 5 students. And we did it 4 times just to verify that we were kind of on track. So we had a kind of 4 different, you know, all of the students were looking at different buildings and were kind of interpreting the catalog. And so what we ended up, and all we had was what the headings were for what was going to go in the building. So that's visual arts and photography. And it's the number of classrooms and the size of the classrooms is listed in these charts. And then we had dance and theater, and then we have film and video, and then there's the music department. And that gave us all a kind of a net square footage. And then we used a 1.3 grossing factor. So we came to a building that was about 55,000 square feet, and gross was about 80,000 square feet. And you can see all of the room data sheets that the students pulled from other projects in all those little boxes below. So that was a kind of a big undertaking, was to actually try to figure out what was going to go into the building. And before we did that work, I also wanted we sort of listened to we talked about the role of education and learning and the various philosophies about teaching and learning that, sort of changes in sort of views of how teaching happens. And also we had some workshops with HMC talking about the role of informal learning and formal education. And then also they did an environmental workshop with Cove software. But one of the things that in order for them to get started, is we talked about what would it take for one artist faculty member. So we had these hypothetical faculty members that are all well-known artists or filmmakers or choreographers or composers. And I gave them a list, and they each did research. They each did research on a particular artist. And then they all had various research on various well-known architectural projects, that educational buildings by well-known architects. And those were categorized into like either a volume building or a map building or a courtyard building, so that they would understand basically different typologies of educational projects. From this information for both the case study and the study of the artist, each student developed what we called a little building, which was a building for 20 to 30 student cohort plus the artist. And they basically used an analysis of the artist's own work as the starting point for their designs, as well as the case study. So it's a kind of combination of artist plus case study. And that got us started, and the students may refer to their little building, which are also, I asked them to put them on their final boards, just in case you wanted to kind of refer to that work, as well as the case study that they used, and also a little bit about the artist. That was the basis for their designs. So we're going to look at, like I said, we're going to look at 5 student projects in the early part today. They all have about 22 minutes, something like that, to present and get your feedback. So they'll present in like 6 to 8 minutes. They have a lot of drawings to go through, but they will basically take over the board, the concept board, so that they'll lead you through the presentation, and then afterwards they'll release it, and then you can look at it. A lot of these drawings have a high level of detail, so you might want to zoom in. It takes a little while to refresh because there's a lot of images on this board, but I think that's it. I was gonna assign somebody who's not going today. Jessica, are you going next Thursday? Are you awake?
Yeah, I'm going on Thursday.
Okay, I'm gonna make you a moderator because there's people who are kind of coming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make you co-host, and then you can let them in case I don't hear them.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll keep you awake. They've all been up all night too, so the students that go today are a little bit at a disadvantage because they're a little bit tired, but that's the way it goes. Okay, so I'm gonna also share my screen, I think, or is that gonna slow it down too much? You think? I think it'll be okay. Well, we'll see. If I share my screen, then you can also just follow on Zoom. We'll see if that works or not. Okay, So we're going to start with Trevor. So if you want to go to the left, you can just hit his name on the left-hand side. And then it'll take you to his board. And then he can moderate after that. All right.
Okay.
Any questions from Alex or Tessie or Victor or no? We're all good.
Not at
All
this
good.
time.
Okay, so are we good?
Yep.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Trevor. So the main concept of this visual and performing arts center is focused on the courtyard typology and the benefits that this arrangement can give to the students inside the building. So to start, I'll explain how I decided upon this arrangement. So at the beginning of the semester, I did a case study on the Innovation Center by Alejandro Aravena, located in Santiago, Chile, as well as research on the artist Barbara Kruger. By using these two as points of reference, I was able to create the first assignment here on the right, which is an atrium building. So this Visual and Performing Arts Center is a continuation of this study of like the atrium or courtyard typology. So the benefits of the courtyard typology are that it allows for natural light and views throughout the building, and it can also encourage interaction between the students and between the different floors by creating a sense of transparency. And what I mean by that is like people on the third floor can get a glimpse of what's happening on the second floor, or like a visitor walking underneath on the ground floor can kind of get a sense of what's happening inside the building. And I think that this interaction is pretty important for visual arts. So there's 4 floors total, including a basement level that is accessed here on the ground floor through this staircase that is also used for social gatherings and informal activity. And the way that the program is arranged is according to the use of the rooms, as well as determining which are in need of more natural light or public-private access. So for instance, the ground floor is primarily public spaces such as the theater, the gallery, and the film screening. And additionally, the open space on the ground floor encourages circulation coming in from the main side of the campus from the north. And there's also a point of entry for those coming in from the parking lot on the south side. And the main arrangement strategy was created by aligning the rooms to the 9-square grid that's kind of created by the edges of the courtyard. And because this has determined certain boundaries for rooms, it also created in between spaces where more informal activity can take place. Thank you.
Trevor, could you tell us a little bit about the circulation paths that are nested around the atrium space and what you imagine happening in those circulation paths?
Yes, so yeah, the main arrangement to the second, or the main circulation to the second and third floors happens through the 2 staircases that are on the sides of the courtyard. And the way that I kind of arranged it was to increase the to go along with the idea of the courtyard, the arrangement encouraging more interaction between the students. So by having, I guess, the way that the staircases are located, it kind of encourages more interaction between the students from like the different departments.
And then the corridors themselves.
Yes, the corridors, that's pretty much based on like the grid that I set up for myself. And I try to stay pretty true to the grid.
But in terms of the activity, I mean, do you see the corridor being a passageway, or is it imagined as other kinds of gathering space as well? They're fairly large, wide, I would say.
Yeah, so I guess the passageways would be more for circulation, but there's like in between spaces, like on the second floor, like the entrance, near the entrance, and also next to the classrooms where there's a double height space, where I see those more as social gathering spaces.
I would like to say kudos to having such well laid out floor plans. I think for the typology where you're dealing with a lot of visual arts and creative fields where you can get experimental, it's also really appreciated to have a well organized sense of space where things could be easily found. You have common areas, special attention paid to that privacy versus more public, and creating a little bit of those sticky zones that you're saying, right, where the wider corridors are for bigger equipment. So everything looks to be laid out really, really thoroughly conceived. So good job on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to that, Trevor. I mean, I think given that, you know, it's a fairly low building, I mean, there's certain freedom on the ground level that, you know, you're almost wanting that to become a little looser and an extension of the quad, or kind of, you know, flow through and under the building a little bit. I think potentially that sort of grid rigidity can erode a little bit more at that ground plane. And then I think the energy really needs to go into the sort of courtyard if you're going to go down that route, that it becomes in essence performance in itself, and the way people move through it, the way spaces interact with it, overhang, you know, dive into it, open up to it. I think you can play that up more to really bring this sort of central element to life. You know, it's I think stairs and sort of walkways are one thing, but I think there's different and more ways that spaces and people can interact with this space that I think you can push even further to really kind of make it the heart of a building and sort of a performative element in itself.
I'd like to tag on to what Alex is saying, because I think the proposal is really clear and very, I love the conceptual underpinnings of, you know, this idea that there's a spectacle and spectator, and that all people in this building become one and the same simultaneously. And I love the way that circulation and corridors become the kind of protagonist of that story, as well as the architectural elements themselves, stairs and corridors and kind of thresholds. But I do agree that what you begin to offer, which starts at your ground level, where the stairs not only operate as a kind of opportunity to change level, but they also become something more. They begin to take on multiple functions, seating, places of gathering. And so each element seems to, the way that you've set the project up seems to offer this opportunity that you could start to imagine architectural components doing more than what they are conventionally, you know, imagined for. And so I would argue that even that glazing becomes a kind of opportunity to set and define different stages or modes of visual connections, as you described before. And, you know, that it's not always in plain air, or plain view, but that you could begin to set up a kind of constant play between what you want people to see, what you want people to sense. And so I agree with this comment by Alex that there's a lot cooking here, but I could also see so much more, you know, as the project develops further or imagined, that you're taking those kernels that you've planted and you're really seeing them become something super, super exciting. But I think, you know, it's a wonderful project. I think all the ingredients are there. For me, it's just a question of really understanding the kind of pushing their potentiality to their limit.
I would agree. I would encourage you too to look a little bit, and I think you kind of mentioned this when you were talking about the stairs and a little bit of that hierarchy. I mean, we have some of the primary enclosed spaces, which one would see as lobbies, and then the largest performing arts space actually has a fairly minimal one, but it also has that whole extended kind of forecourt, you know, with the overhang of the plaza outside. And so I think there's still just a little bit more play where you have the main kind of figural stair and these other ones, you know, that almost seem to be a little bit too much in tension with each other, just in terms of how proximate, and they each, I think, are really important in terms of what they're doing, that, you know, it's kind of really understanding how that circulation and the hierarchy of those stairs really gets resolved with the lobbies a little bit better.
I think that's a wonderful comment, because it begins to make me think about the way people may move or become stationary. And right now it's a kind of, you're either moving or you're not scenario, mm-hmm. But there may be scenarios where you start to imagine that there's a kind of instantaneous gathering for a specific period of time, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, a kind of exchange of quick exchange of information, where then there are longer opportunities for longer conversations. And so the architecture begins to try to understand how it constructs these different modalities of conversation or interaction, how the stair begins to change, and it's kind of the threshold depth and the rise or height begin to alter based on its intentionality about controlling speed, kind of movement, and offering different scenarios. I also, you know, given the fact that, and this is, I'm going to change the subject completely, because I keep oscillating in my mind between the circulation and that being part of, you know, a large part of your idea, but then there's also this idea about the activated vertical surface, that kind of the glazing. And I can't help but think about Rem Koolhaas's Kunsthaus, and how the curtain becomes this kind of, activates the surface of the auditorium and theater, so that it's not that stair that's sitting up against that is not against that theater wall, or that auditorium wall is not static and impenetrable, but actually becomes an activated surface in and of itself as well. And how you might control the view given certain circumstances. Maybe it's great to have, you know, view into that space at certain performances, and other times you need for control of lighting and acoustics, or some of the controlled space needs to be more, the space needs to be more controlled, and so there could be a kind of opportunity to make it completely opaque. But I question, I think it's a missed opportunity to assume that that auditorium space must be completely isolated from the external world, and wonder how it could become participatory in this experience that Alex suggested of a more dynamic space in the atrium.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I think a cool diagram would almost be to draw the collision spaces, right? You've laid out all the program spaces so well. It's like, now shed those and draw only the void space. Like, you know, walk yourself through and say, where are sort of accidental meeting, collision, respite kind of spaces that you experience as a person without going into a room or, you know, having a specific function. I think that might loosen it up and kind of maybe tell you some things as to where to place things and as to how things interact with it. And then I totally agree with the vertical surfaces. They're all opportunities, especially for performing in visual arts. I mean, I think, you know, some should open up, close, be projected on, used as, you know, surfaces or whatever to really bring this whole thing together.
I love that idea of how the whole building becomes something to the campus. So no matter where you are, you could look and potentially see the activity and be drawn in. I think obviously it's almost impossible to talk about a building like this without, being able to talk about the shape and form of the internal spaces and how might they be dealing with, the real aspects of how you would have to deal with acoustics and the shape of those spaces in concert with kind of how you're modeling that after both the artist and the architect that you've chosen in terms of how they inform each other. And while it may be a little bit beyond what it is you're doing, I just think it's such a big aspect of how you think about a building like this. And, as you have these multi-story volumes and how they're actually going to take shape and be able to support what the artists are doing within them, will be the next aspect. I don't know if that would help with the diagram that you were just talking about, Alex, but it seems really interesting to understand how they'd sit as more figural spaces within that diagram.
Even comfort, right? Even shade. I mean, this is still open. If you want it to be usable in a nice space, it needs to have some kind of comfort level to it as well. So that could play into that. That's not the functional aspect of the spaces like you mentioned, but that is also an important aspect of our climate. So
very much so.
Wendy's comment to the point of the building design's relationship to the rest of the campus really begins to initiate a conversation between the existing amphitheater, the horizontal ground plane, and your building design's relationship to those pre-existing elements on the campus. And I'm wondering if there are ways materially or extending some of the concepts that you have in the building outward to that existing amphitheater as almost a kind of lost cousin of the performing arts building, but that there is some symbiosis between that existing element within the campus and your building proposal. Because I think that idea that it's there, it's in your site plan, it's in the axonometric drawing, and the fact that it really does beg the question of what is the extent of your design proposal. I think about Caruso St. John and their kind of preoccupation with the ground plane and plaza and the kind of the materiality of the ground plane as being part of the architectural project. And for me, that really, given the fact that those surfaces are not specifically designed yet in the proposal, makes me think, like, how could you grab that? How could that become even more so part of your proposition?
Yeah, and in addition to that, I also wanted to mention your inspiration from Barbara Kruger could also be implemented a little bit more. I begin to see hints where you have those layered curtain walls and everything else. And in her artwork, she does the bold typeface and then does high contrast. So finding more ways to integrate that in more of those artistic spaces, or finding ways to really make that more of a united motif, I think could be really interesting. Again, you have little bits and elements here and there, and pushing that a little bit further could be interesting to see.
Okay, any last closing remarks? No? All right, thanks, Trevor.
Thank you for the comments, everyone.
Very nice job. All right, so do the next person want to go?
Yeah, concept board's working out for me, so yeah, I can present.
Okay, Noel, go ahead.
Okay, let me start moderating. All right. So hi everyone. My name is Noel, and for the concept for my building, if we go back to my case study of the Crown Hall. This is one inspiration, and then also the smaller project that I did early in the semester. What I found interesting was these elongated spaces found in either plans. So what I wanted to do was take that concept of these two elongated spaces and implement them into my site. And then with the use of the and after putting these elongated spaces, I was able to create these find these three spaces to put the program in. So what I did from there was lay out everything according to these two spaces. So I made one of the spaces a little bit more wider than the other one to allow for informal spaces. So we can do there can be like tables or chairs for students and faculty to sit down. So if we go to the basement, here you have on one side like the photography area. In the middle, you have like the film room, such as like the film studio and the editing rooms. And then on one side, you completely have everything dedicated to the theater, the underground part of the theater, such as like the costume shops and the rehearsal spaces. We then go to the ground floor, and here it's you have all the visual art spaces and the studios. And here, once you come in from the north side, you have this area right here dedicated to like either the exhibition space, or it can also turn into like a public area. So it's whatever the users want it to be. And then on this side, we have the entrance to the theater. So you have this like an opening, and then the lobby, and then you go inside to the theater area. From there, we go to the second floor, um, and then you have the dance studios, some classrooms related to the music department, and then the second part of the theater. And then here it shows the area for the open spaces for people can sit down and relax or do their homework thanks to those two elongated spaces. And then we go to the third floor, and here you have the film screening for the film department, some music studio spaces, other classrooms, the offices, and then right here in the middle we have this like common area for have this common area for the people to sit down and interact or congregate. So yeah, these are just some of the sections to show how this building is like an atrium where like light shines through on the exhibition space and through like and the common area. Um, yeah, here's the other section as well. So yeah.
Do you want to say anything about the exterior of the building?
Oh, my bad. So for the exterior facade, I wanted it to like reflect the idea of the separation of the spaces. So here you have with the area for the theater, and then the two main part of the buildings. So yeah, it's a reflection of it. So yeah.
And Noel, is that a breeze screen? Is that actually exterior space that those perforated inlay
Oh,
panels?
it's a perforated it's perforated wall. Didn't think too much into the material, but yeah.
And the space just behind it is exterior space or?
Um, yeah, it's a exterior space, but it's
Okay, I see it.
yeah.
But it's a brise soleil with curtain wall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see now. I see it in the section. Thanks.
You'll need to talk about all your all your
I
drawings.
can I
You
mean I
have
can
the narrative drawings
yeah, I
too.
can I don't know. I didn't want to take up too much of time, but I can still talk about them. Yeah.
I'll just mention that they're
Yeah.
what the narrative is.
Oh yeah, so the narrative drawings are so these five drawings show like the different activities done in the center. So you have like the theater, the music space, the common area, the extra exhibition space, and the dance studios. So and then I made two of these blue to like represent that those are like the two separating spaces, and then like the three main parts of the building. And yeah, right here, this is a, a diagram showing the third floor um, of like the formal and informal spaces. Yeah.
Okay.
Noel, could you remind me why the elongated strips was the initial kind of driver for creating these forms and
Um,
separations?
I got them from the Crown Hall, and and the mini like project I did in previous in the semester, because I had the director Spike Lee, and he like does like a camera shot where it's very like a long shot. So I just wanted to imitate that, and that's where I got the inspiration from, like the long hallways, or like the long spaces.
Okay. Yeah, because I like how it's being worked out on the plan views, but I
Mm-hmm.
think it's always interesting to, as architects, we think a lot in plan and we design in plan, and we rarely try, or, it's hard to challenge ourselves to think about it in elevation, or maybe it's because I'm not aware of the constraints with the project as well, but thinking of it vertically and seeing how that could also impact the elevations and the different views and make it a more dynamic building would be really interesting to consider, and really bringing in those cuts across too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's I think there's a lot of aspects to the floor plan with the idea that you're talking about in terms of the program really being these 3 bars, which is a little bit different than Crown Hall, right? Where there's this other kind of interaction of the open space and the
Yeah.
structure and enclosure diagram, which seems really challenging with so many spaces being enclosed here that it's I think maybe we're all kind of taking a deep breath as we try and understand how to help you with the hierarchy on that a little bit. I will say there's something that's very light and delicate and very attractive about the building sections that you have, where you're experimenting with the volume and the way things connect into this open space, and the delicateness of the roof structure and how that's going to interact with the spaces that doesn't manifest itself in the play. I'm far more interested in looking at your sections at the moment than trying to resolve some of the issues with the plan. And so I don't know if any of my other fellow jurors can help me out here in terms of.
No, I agree, Wendy. I mean, the trick with an axis is that it's got a beginning and an end, and it's sort of, you want to tie two things together. And maybe that's just my brain, but I'm just trying to find some kind of logic in sort of, these two main, what you're generally creating, just main paths of circulation through the building. What's at the beginning of that, what's at the end, and what's the experience along the way. And I'm trying to reconcile that with what Wendy was just saying sectionally, where, really you've more got this kind of block that you're sort of carving spaces in and out of that are much more volumetric, while as in plan, it's sort of this very axial drawing. And so I'm trying to sort of reconcile the two a little bit and wonder if there's more logic that can be brought to how the plan is organized, whether, is it the different performing arts that are in these different bands, are they represented differently? Are these becoming sort of internal streets that you kind of use to arrange the different ones? And that's one way. Is it to do with structural spans or something like that kind of starts to kind of inform the width of the bands and the space in between, and what needs to happen? I mean, if you create sort of an internal wide corridor like that, you really want a lot of activity spaces to kind of plug in and out of that a little bit. And then does it really need to be sort of perfectly, perpendicular? Does it just be one? Could it cut through and kind of connect something campus wide a little bit more directly? So it might be on a diagonal or something. I don't know, but those are just some of the things that kind of come to mind.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, right, with both of the examples actually, as I was focused on both of them, both Crown Hall and the other, like the center spaces are programmable spaces that are also kind of in the negative space of the plan versus just saying it's the corridor and there's some chairs and you could go and socialize out there. It's very much about where people are meeting and how that shapes space. And I don't know, there could be, because both of those kinds of examples that you shared, maybe there's something about that, how the negative space kind of carves into some of those bars, some aspect of that I think you need to understand more to be able to let your plan breathe a little better.
I think in that notion of breathing, one of the things that I'm most inspired by, and it seems like a completely absurd detail to get hinged on, but are those two columns to the left of the building that are floating in the corridor, the circulation space. And one of the things that it begins to suggest to me is that how not only the ground plane and this idea that these corridors might become like, a metaphor for street life inside of the building, but how does the architecture begin to reimpose those ideas? And I think by not embedding the columns into the walls begins to suggest that, not only are there the users that are the spectacles and spectators of the building, but also the architectural elements. I love the stair hanging off of that section on the left. I think it's a wonderful thing. I love the way that the landings give you these peekaboo spaces into some of the program that's adjacent to it. I love the columns that are like disconnecting and kind of becoming actors within the space. And I begin to imagine other things like the walls that are that flank or define those like those avenues or boulevards in the building. How are they activated? Is it through a series of interior windows? Is it the kind of exposure of storage units and kind of, or do they become projection spaces as well? But I really think that this idea that every architectural element is a metaphor for this kind of on stage or in action, and that they become the architectural actors or performers of the space. And so how are doors shaped, and how do they become not just thresholds from inside a room out or the opposite? But I really would love to see a kind of deeper inquiry, because I think Crown Hall really offers this idea that there is a kind of programmatic indeterminacy and openness and flexibility to things, and then in doing so offers new ways of seeing things that are otherwise just a column, just a floor, just a corridor, just a ceiling, and you begin to imagine them doing many more things. Not unlike our cell phones that are more than just cell phones at this point. So for me, I love the setup, but I wish that, and I think I just say this and let other critics speak, but the exterior facade, how it becomes activated by the perforation, and seeing, glimpse of the activities from the outside, that kind of experiential quality to me, and kind of really asking each surface and each architectural element what it can do more, and do greater performance or greater function, is really where I see the project really going forward, and having the greatest potential to kind of a really arresting, concept.
I would second that on the facade. I feel like given your sections, I think those spaces just want to bust out of the sort of limits of those walls. Even the roof, to some degree, it's almost like, some spaces really want to put themselves on display, where others want to be kind of more closed off. I think you're kind of hinting at it, the way you've modeled it in the top right, sort of, you've got sort of the screen apertures, and then on some you open it up. I think you can take that even further. I think you want some of these spaces to really just come out and grab people, express themselves, others to be much more closed off. Maybe you deal with the apertures of a screen that sort of opens up and closes. But again, I think your sections are much more successful. I just find the axle organization of the plan almost irrelevant at this point. I think sort of the arrangement of the spaces sectionally and what you're creating there is much more interesting. And I think your facade can, relate to that and be broken out a little more, break out of that square a little bit, both vertically and horizontally, I think.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Noel.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so Mara.
I will start moderating. So I will start with the case study that I chose to kind of explore, and it's the Center for Postgraduate Studies, CETIS University in Mexico. And I found that like the volume typology was something I was really interested in, and that I could kind of combine well with Quentin Tarantino style of filmmaking, which is very nonlinear. So I kind of asked myself, like, what can I take from this kind of large volume and combine this sort of nonlinear style of filmmaking to incorporate in my building. So like I mentioned, I created this sort of volume building that kind of sits further to one end and creates a cantilever and open space for students to walk through on the other end. On the ground level, I have most of the performance spaces. So it'd be like the theater, the screening. I have this amphitheater that kind of, it carves the underground and kind of flows into the underground. You can see in the section here. So I just kind of wanted to keep all of the performance and exhibit spaces on the underground and on the ground level. So here on the ground level, something that I kind of took from the sort of nonlinear idea was kind of the way you approach the building. So you come from the quad and you meet this wall, but you can either go left or right to enter the building. And then you also have other spaces to enter the building along the sort of under the cantilever. And then there's also like these sort of social stairs that kind of necessarily lead to nowhere, but can also be used for exhibit space, for socializing. And there's also, I can show you in this section, this sort of moment here where you can look into the theater. And the only way you can see that is kind of if you reach the top. So these are just kind of some moments where I try to kind of create this sort of nonlinear idea kind of expressed throughout the building. So again, in the ground level, I have a music rehearsal, live recording, and some of the other music studios. And to kind of create a sense of collaboration or just this sort of openness and closeness, depending on what the students want to do or the teachers want to do, I try to use these bifolding doors. So you can kind of open up spaces and make these like really large exhibit spaces or really large performance spaces. That way the building could perform differently according to whatever the students want to kind of exhibit or the professors want to teach. And then on the second level, I have most of the dark buildings, the dark rooms. So like filming and photography. And so those are kind of clustered together and you kind of meander through these little corridors to take you into the studios that can also open up to each other if necessary. And then around that, I have other areas that are more informal for studying and whatever the teachers or the students' needs may be. I also have other means of circulation to the final floor. So there's these sets of stairs here that could take you to the final floor, or these here. And then again, you kind of reach this sort of kind of bridge. So you look down into the lower level, but then you meet like other corridors that kind of, you just meander throughout. Or you can come up the other way and you have this sort of sculpture garden here that can open up to the space if it wants to be used for indoor, outdoor, as well as the sculpture. I felt like it was a good moment to kind of open up the sculpture studio to the sculpture garden. And that's kind of how my floor plans are laid out. So essentially you have like production and learning in the top two levels, and then exhibit and performance in the bottom two. And then I try to add this kind of screen that was also incorporated in my case study, not only for environmental purposes, because it helps reduce heat gain, but also it can kind of blur certain moments. So you don't necessarily see everything that's happening at once. And the spaces that are kind of lit up can kind of perform as well as you approach the building or see it from afar. And then I have here the diagram that kind of shows how these doors can open up and how these different spaces can perform or how the students can interact. And then here I'm kind of showing the informal and formal study spaces, as well as like the studio spaces and the exhibit spaces. And that's pretty much what I have.
Mara, can you talk a little bit about the front space that faces the quad? Because you didn't really explain that.
Oh yeah, sure. So the front space, you come in and this is like a very large gallery space on the ground level. And then again, you have these two ways of kind of going down into the ground level where you'll meet like the lobby for the screening room or the cafe or the theater. And that allows you to kind of see up into the other levels, but not in its entirety. So you can kind of see people working here if you're standing at the ground level, or you can kind of see people walk up here. And another kind of something that I tried to do was in the dance studio, there's like kind of a screen or like a frosted glass, so you can kind of see the silhouettes of people dancing, and that way you can see that there's something there, but again, not in its entirety. So it was kind of a sense to give you a glimpse of the building, but not, you don't see everything. And yeah.
Just in terms of what's open to below in your drawing.
Oh, right. So yeah, so this grayed out area is open to below. And then you have on the level above, the dance floor kind of pops out, and this gray area is open to below.
Yeah. So the basement level, the underground and ground level are at different scales here, right?
Right.
That,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
All right. That's the disconnect. Okay.
Yes,
I was
yes.
looking at that too. I was like, something's off here.
So yeah, the ground
Something's
level,
not right.
yeah, it's much
Yeah.
bigger.
Don't ever do that. Always show
Okay.
them at the same scale.
Okay, yeah.
Make it smaller.
Well, I would be happy to dive in. First, I think there's some really interesting things for sure to talk about. I really love the way that you have thought about the program and the adaptability to how it integrates with all the negative space. So that, like you said, the ceramics room is this big, but it's easy for students to move outside and flow into something else. So that education is literally happening everywhere around us, which I think is really exciting and very different, but really energizing, I think, in terms of how these program spaces could work. And, they're not just four walls of enclosed space, but it's tremendously engaging. I think that is a really just something here that you've managed to capture that's pretty terrific.
I would also agree, Wendy. I mean, one of the things that's so amazing is that this project, it feels like it could only come out of a COVID context, like a kind of longing for social interaction and kind of human discourse between people. I love the kind of civitas nature of the project, and that it really, as you were speaking, I was thinking, this is where everybody wants to go to hang out. It almost has a student union quality to it, because you know that there's going to just be so much action going on here. The one thing that I really love the organization of the interior, but one of the things I lament the most is the lack of articulation of these openings, both as a dashed line in the plan, but also as a kind of clear articulation of the exterior wall surface. And because I think of those openings as kind of like mini vignettes of kind of theater or performance. And I love them. I love the looking down at the site plan. I love looking at the perspectives from the exterior and the exterior elevations. But then when I go to the plans, I'm like, how do those begin to inform or kind of relate to the programmatic conditions in the plan? And I'm just curious why you decided not to show them.
I guess I was just kind of trying to focus more on the interior and the whole idea of meandering. I think that would be mostly kind of why I just focused more on that.
I love this idea of the screen and there not being this binary attitude. You either see it or you don't. That there's this potential for a kind of like veiled and degrees of visibility that is really powerful in your project. And it seems to omit that particular body of information tends to diminish all of the amazing things that you're beginning to morph planimetrically with elevationally and sectionally. And I would urge you, you know, as you prepare this for the portfolio, to go back and maybe reconsider adding that information into the project.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll echo quite a few things. There's a certain freedom and fluidity about the plan that is really refreshing, to be honest. Sort of you could just meander through this. There's a certain flexibility by, you know, on your upper two floors, especially having put all that program in the middle and sort of almost doesn't matter what it is. You almost wonder if this all that stuff could be sort of reconfigurable. You can open it up, close it down. As Wendy mentioned, there's sort of, depending on how you want to teach, do you want to teach in private or do you want to teach in the open? Do you want to show, do you not? I think you give all that, you give a lot of freedom there, which is, I think is awesome. I agree on the screen. I think you could be even more sort of nuanced on the different variety of sort of openness on your elevations and definitely show it on your plans and be very deliberate about it. There is one thing that I find a little bit, it's a big move, and that's your sort of, I guess it's your, you know, whatever, your western side where you have this sort of overhang, but you're carving away at the ground plane. But it seems like it's not really doing much, right? It's sort of dropping down into the basement, into sort of an auditorium, but that's about it. I'm just wondering if that could become something a little bigger for the campus, sort of be it a landscape move or something like that, because it's a, you know, it's a pretty significant thing that you're sort of doing this overhang and you're sort of carving out the ground plane. So I think there could be a little bit more thought about that. I don't know whether the whole thing drops down into the basement and, you know, the whole length of your building is really this sunken area or whatnot. But I'm just saying that was a big move. You kind of started there and then it's not quite tying into the rest of it and into the sort of freedom that the rest of it has. So that's just an observation.
I agree with all the other jurors and their comments. I think there is more deliberate moves that can be expanded, but I did want to also say I really appreciate that you make your visitor and your student really engage with your project. That meandering becomes, you know, a center for curiosity and exploration for anyone that's going through the project. And I think with so many different programs that are in here, you begin to have those moments where you're able to peek in if you're curious enough and begin to see what's going on and around. And with these types of programs and majors that students will decide, it's good to have that cross-discipline. And I think you really capture cross-disciplinary studies with this project. So I think that direct translation was done very, very well.
I guess I have one thought on, you know, you kind of said the non-linear and we've said the word meandering a lot, but I do think there's something about the vertical circulation that needs to be strengthened. And it's not that it can't be hidden, but I don't understand why in a building of this with so many occupants, you're going to force everyone to go into like a little 5-foot stairway to make it up to the next floor in so many pieces where they're very like what's required versus what's the right experience for that moment. And so while they can happen at different aspects about that, I think there's a way where it doesn't, you know, there could be some additional way that you bring a little more experience to to where they are or how they occur.
I agree with that comment. I think where under the overhang where you have those grand stairs, that being carried through up above into some of these larger stairways can make it far more intentional and more cohesive as a design in general. So I think that would be a good opportunity to look into more.
Well, I know this sounds very kind of pointed observation, but I question the kind of halo shadow in the plans, and I'm wondering how you imagine this supporting your concept, that this kind of graphic representation of the halo. Is it what do you think you're achieving with placing that into the plans?
I guess it was my attempt at highlighting the specific floor along with the cinematic feel that I've been kind of trying to carry on. I don't know if it's the most successful, but that was kind of what I was going for, this sort of, yeah, just more of the cinematic feel to the drawings along with focusing on like the outline of the floor that you're on.
You know, I hate to nag on this, but I think that maybe would have been equally as meaningful is the projection of light from the exterior into the interior spaces,
Okay.
both from the rooftop and from the vertical exterior walls. And I think that would have been equally as powerful, and maybe the shadow could have been more easily understood by these projections of light from the outside making their way inward. And that with the shadow might have helped a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Any last comments? Are we good?
Thank you, Mara.
Thank you.
Mara.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was great.
Nice. All right. Who we have next? Nayan. Nayan's in a different time zone, so we have to be. She's in South Korea, so it's still pretty early.
Oh, it's very early.
Wow.
A little better after the time change. Hi, everyone. My name is Nayan. So my concept was to have a separation between the professor and students' workspace, but have a strong visual connection between the two and amongst the student of other major to provide a space that creates like synergy. So looking at the case study that I did in the beginning of the semester, I did a case study on a gun hole, and then also my artist was Marina Abramovich. So combining these two, I learned that from the gun hole, the open spaces, I thought the open spaces are really interesting, how it's like connecting all those studios visually, and then it also creates like the private areas. And then from the artist, I learned that I focused on one of her work where she's facing the participant again across from a desk, and then she's just having a visual connection with her and then the participant, like visually displayed by the public. So I thought that this is really interesting, how the visual connection, like how the visual connection is like connecting these two. So the small building that I created were consist of two sides. So one side being the professor side, and then another side being the student side, and then the middle will be the public space and the performance space connecting it. So developing further to this project, I tried to so the site explain the site strategy. So to have a lot of entryway to engage the students from the campus, I created a big opening on the quad side, and then also every side of the building would have a entrance. I created that by using the formerly I used arches to carve out the volume. The arches were used to create a physical entryway and to engage visual connection between the student and then like of different major. And lastly, to let the lights in. So the floors are arranged to have more public spaces on the ground floor and then the underground floor. So if you can zoom in a bit. So right here, there is a large staircase that takes you down to this space. So there is a two lobby. One is right here and then another one is right here. And then this staircase gets used as a amphitheater and then a social stairs. And this space will be a spiraling stair looking at this lobby that can also be an exhibition space. And then you can get to the cinema or the stage, the theater. And then the rest will be back of house spaces. So going up, so this is my lobby space, and then I would have a cafe and then office of the gallery. And then going up this stair, I created it so that it faces the quad and then it's more engaging to the site. So you can either choose to go up the stairs or explore the first floor where there's a gallery in the middle, and then all these programs are studios that are more performative than the other spaces. And then the back of house spaces will be at the back here, where it's closer to the parking lot is. And then second floor, you can either take this stair up or you can take the stair up from the back here to get to the second floor. So my second floor, I arranged it so that the middle bar has all the studios or classrooms, and then to the left side will be more production space so that they have smaller openings, and then these studio spaces have a bigger opening. This middle space is to connect all these. It's a round plan so that it connects all these studios in sectionally, so that from this level you can look down to the gallery, and then you can look up to the space above right here. So you can take this staircase to go up to the third level, and then the third level will be similar arrangement. And then in the middle, there will be an open studio where any major can use the space, and then all these other leftover spaces out of where the corridor, where the circulation path is, has all those informal study spaces. And the voids are there to create some openings to look out, and then also to let the light in. So across from the courtyard is the offices, and then you would have to cross the bridge to get there. And this one is like a bigger bridge where it's there are some landscaping. So there will be some lights coming in, and also the students will have some visual connection between a professor and then to the landscape. So going down
So
to
Nayan,
my
the
section.
yellow areas are exterior, right? In those.
Yeah,
plans?
yellow areas are exterior. So my section, you'll be able to see the gallery space right here, and then the studios are behind the arches. So you always see other space through that arch on this void. And then the middle space will be the informal open studio space. Then this section, you can see that the courtyard, and then all these are, the back here will be classrooms, and then the middle will be studios, and then these ends will be more private classroom or studios. And then right here, this is my lobby, and then you'll be able to look down to this theater space through this glass, but you won't be able to like access it. And then right here at the dance studio, you can also look down, so that I wanted to create a similar moment as my little building, where you can look at the performance space from the studio. So these are my lobby space, and then that's the middle space looking from the art studio, and then you can see that you can look at the other levels of the building. And then this classroom is looking towards the courtyard, so you have a view towards the professor's side and also the nature. On the facade, I think I explained already, but I use those translucent material to let the light in, but also have some distractions blocked, and then the small windows are there for the performance reason. Yeah, this is my back, my south elevation, and then this will be my north elevation. So this is the stair, and then the entry to the underground floor, and then another entry towards the first floor. Thank you. I think that's it.
Are you still moderating? Maybe.
Oh, yes.
Well, Mayuna, I think I'm spending time just trying to look at everything a little closer up in more detail. I would, I mean, your plans are amazingly complex, and some of the ideas that you talked about, I mean, just the subtlety of some of the hierarchy and the strengthening of the circulation patterns and the overlay, and the thick walls and the delicate walls and these kinds of pieces, I just think are very well articulated. And even, you know, just as you've looked at the different hierarchies, as you talked about, of the stairs and a lot of the things that we've touched on other projects that you seem to have been able to look at and resolve. And then I'm just, you know, kind of trying to take that into kind of what you've done with the sections and be able to make the right, be able to understand them well enough provide you with some kind of intelligent comments. I think I'm still kind of looking at things, trying to understand where to begin.
Yeah, you never make it easy for people. They're always there's a lot to unravel always.
Yeah, there is. And even just the fact that you were basing it on the original of Good Hall and just kind of what that is to be in that amazing space under this roof, very like an individualized space, but still part of this larger this larger space, and then how that actually applies to this, I think is a little bit of where I'm somewhat challenged. The plan seems to have knitted it into a much more the resolution of the plan feels really different than kind of what I was expecting. I don't know, Jers, help me out here.
Yeah, I'm trying to unpack as well. I mean, I think the sort of move about separating the sort of educational teacher kind of educator side from students, and then that sort of slicing this exterior space in the building. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think it's definitely an attitude to take. You know, I wouldn't mind hearing a little more about sort of why you kind of push that. But I think it creates an interesting move in terms of, and I appreciate that you kind of kept that space sort of exterior at different levels. I think that sort of helps you to sort of organize the building a little bit. I think then, as when you mentioned the complexity of the plan and the introduction of sort of arch geometry, both in sort of elevationally and plan, that's what I'm trying to unpack. Sort of what does it actually mean? Sort of what kind of hierarchy are you actually achieving with that, and kind of clarity? Because I love that graphic that you have in the middle of just the sort of peeking into other spaces, that, you know, you have different activities happening, but and can sort of apertures of the archway change in size and its scale to kind of offer different views and kind of create more separation. But I find that interesting in the graphic, but I'm not really seeing it in the plan or in the section. It's sort of a little more difficult and a little bit more complex to understand how that translates into how you're going to experience that space.
So
I mean, my sense would be like a little bit more sort of focus on maybe the use of this very strong kind of geometry in certain spaces, and creating a little bit more hierarchy in that could help. And to sort of maybe focus it in, because for example, in the sort of second and third floor plans is also the fact that you've got this almost exterior street kind of going through at different levels, but then you're also creating other exterior spaces in the plan, might take some of that energy away from that kind of space, and starts to maybe sort of dilute the idea a little bit.
Alex, I think you've hit eureka.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what is producing a kind of difficulty for commentary. I love the kind of spatial language building that's being created in this project. But I think that for me, the plan is doing a more convincing job right now than, let's say, the sections. And I think that's because in the plan, the kind of curved or arced spaces in plan are restricted to a discrete number of programmatic elements. They're usually outdoor courtyards, or they have a very specific moment that they intervene into what is otherwise a very platonic, very orthogonal organization. And I think for me, what happens is that clarity becomes diluted when let's say the block of cheese is no longer a block, and that the carving aways or the arching away begins to disintegrate the clarity of that kind of that pure geometry against the kind of Swiss hold kind of language that the arches make. And I think one way to get greater control is to actually decide which programmatic elements, both sectionally and planimetrically, get that degree of articulation, get to be arched condition.
Yeah.
And from that, the other stuff is sitting there, so almost like the special programs are the holes in the cheese and the Swiss cheese. And then the cheese itself is just more normative programmatic elements that kind of behave and walk in step in support of the holes. And I completely think that that's the issue at stake. It's like at a certain point, you're not sure why certain programs get that treatment versus others.
Yeah, and then I think it heightens their importance, right? Because it has only been used for that vertical space up on the third floor, or for these areas that are carved out as outdoors. And so the arch is only ever associated with defining how the outside literally interrupts the plan, and everything else then adheres to the other rules. Arches can be, you have to approach them with trepidation, I think, because they become very easy to just kind of, I think you get caught up in spending them a little bit too much, and it really can take away from why something deserved to have that kind of heightened import to begin with.
So one thing that is, the kind of church-like quality of the roof, for example, is an additive move. And so, part of me was like, oh, this is the Vault House by Johnston Mark Lee, triple in size or quadrupled in size. But as soon as there is the light scoop along the kind of the lobby corridor with the stairs, or the kind of more cathedral-like roofscape, those are more additive in nature than subtractive. And so I began to ask myself, well, where are those additions coming from? How do they? So again, to me, it's respecting the kind of hard geometry of the container as very orthogonal, very, very straight. And that these things operate purely as subtractions. And I guess that's why I like the plan so much, because it implies that it's only a subtraction. Never is it, it's always a scooping out, but never an additive move.
Yeah, I like the clarity that you found there. I would agree with that entirely.
Yeah, it's also taken me a moment to digest as well, but I agree with all of the previous commentary. I think when in simplifying or making more intentional moves with the archways and subtractive elements, I think when I first look at the elevation at the top right corner, it's very intentional, and you're trying to engage the people coming in to see what's going on in this building. So something like that is a grand gesture that works very effectively. And then carrying that component into smaller performance spaces could be a good way to create that circulation throughout your building. And then the different subtractive elements also remind me of a quote, right, that I read somewhere some time ago, which was about photography. It's saying when you're a photographer, you only subtract away. You choose your main subject, you focus on that, and you take away everything else that doesn't make sense to you. So the subtractive elements could also be more intentional, where that is somewhere where you don't want too many people to go, that becomes a more private space. And then your main points of view become that main focus that you really want your users to go and be able to celebrate what they are learning.
I think maybe another, I really like the project. I think it's a wonderful project. It has incredible sculptural qualities to it. But I do think that there is a kind of a taming of the shrew that needs to be considered. And another area where I see there being a kind of difficulty of reading is the actual columnar conditions in the building, and what is real structure and what is just the kind of residue of creating vaults and arches. And are some of these points not even load bearing? Are they just the result of the arch making? And so I would love to understand that more clearly and try to make a more articulate argument about what is, let's say, a space making device versus a structural and building support device.
I mean, I'll add something to the exterior. I mean, one thing that I do like is compared to your colleagues here is the way that this completely changes the silhouette of the building and kind of just carves away at it and kind of makes it interesting. It doesn't make it this sort of hard line, parapet line. It really eats away and kind of just chips away at it. And I think there's something very sculptural, as mentioned, and playful about that. And I think that's really strong. I think especially on a campus, well, you'll get a lot of rigidity, and I think this could offer some relief to that.
One thought here too, going back to the underground, really the basement level. I might, and in light of all the other things that we've talked about being sculptural, this feels like a really small point, but even as that large grand stair kind of comes down and you'd have people scattered and around on that whole space, and then when you get to the bottom is that, and there are kind of two elevator doors and what feels like a very narrow kind of 4 stage before then it transitions into the indoors, and it reads a little differently in the section, I think, maybe than it does in the plan about what it probably should do, which is be much more open in terms of how that primary space is going to come down into the basement, because that's really the only natural light and connection that comes from that space. So like I said, a pretty subtle detail, but I think something that would help connect that basement level into all the dynamics of what is happening up above.
Good. Any closing comment? Very nice drawings, Nayan.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Project.
Thank you for the comments.
Very good job. All right, last one of the morning. Irene.
Hey everyone, I'm just gonna go moderate.
Okay.
Okay. So, hey everyone, I'm Irene, and in this project, it was important for me to address the students at Compton College coming from such diverse backgrounds. And as a former community college student myself, I understand how detached some students are from education because many of them are returning students and who have their personal struggles. So for many of them, education may not be the top priority. And for this reason, the main concept of the project is to engage the general student body with the arts, especially those who are outside the arts department. And so this was inspired by my case study, Pontificia Universidad Javeriana School of Art in Bogota, Colombia, where pedestrians are encouraged to pass through the building and experience the arts department throughout their performances. And so since the case study sits at the edge of the university, it acts as a gateway. Likewise, the arts department at Compton College sits in front of the parking and thus also acts as the threshold into the campus. So the case study is also a volume project with the main program separated into 4 boxes. volumes are also adapted into the project, which I'm going to talk about later. I also researched my own artist, Laurie Anderson, who is well known for modifying her instruments and sampling her new and old music together. Visually, this is synonymous to collaging, and this concept is applied on my small building exercise. As you can see on the plans, different geometries are layered on top of each other, which generates a new form. And collaging also occurs experientially through the layers of visual and auditory connections, as you can see on the section. And so the same concept is applied on the final project. So back to the plans. So since the main idea is to engage the student body with the arts, it was important to keep the porosity of the ground level where students have the opportunity to learn about the department and experience their work without being an art student. So there's the gallery, the dance studio, the auditorium, the maker spaces for ceramics, sculpture, printmaking, jewelry making, and art history lecture. And all of these can be experienced from and to the parking, thus developing the project as the threshold into the campus. So
Irene, in that drawing, can you explain what's exterior, what's interior?
So all of the spaces are designed as little exhibition pavilions. So these are its own space, interior space. These is its own space. And this whole thing is its own space from the gallery to the auditorium. And this is just the back of house, and everything else is exterior.
I'm not sure if everybody can always follow people's mouse because there's so many little arrows. So maybe when you're explaining it, just make sure you describe.
Yeah, I'll make sure
or
to
use the color, the annotation.
Okay. So so the learning spaces are unified on upper floors where students begin to collaborate. On second floor, there's dance, photography, filmmaking, and visual arts. And on the third floor, the topmost floor, we have the music department, film screening, and outdoor performance. And so even if the departments are all compartmentalized, there are a lot of interstitial spaces which are activated by placing them adjacent to formal spaces. So they can, where students can hang out and learn from each other. So on section AA, you can see how the subtraction of the volume in front of the quad is utilized to hold outdoor performances or exhibitions to attract students to walk through the building and watch the dance rehearsals here and here. And on upper floor, students can watch and listen to performances in the auditorium, dance studios, and back down to the ground floor performance. And on the top floor, they can have their peace and quiet where the outdoor seating is the most abundant on the north and south ends of the building. On section BB, the ground floor is very transparent. So from the library, you can look through the galleries to the courtyard, to the dance studio, and from the P complex, you can look through the ceramics to the printmaking and back to the dance studio again. And on upper floors, there's different interior views provided in informal spaces to keep the students engaged and inspired by their fellow students' work. So from here down to the ceramics, from here to the dance studio, and from here down to the galleries. And on the topmost floor, outdoor performance space is provided, but there's this vegetation and courtyards that act as a buffer when students want to have their own space to work. So these narrative scenes explain how a student may navigate through the building. So starting on the ground floor, where there is an abundant exchange of experiences from dance studio to printmaking to informal spaces where students can practice. And on upper floor, the same elongated courtyard is surrounded mostly by sticky spaces. And from this point, you can also observe the dance studio and the informal learning across the courtyard. And there's also the half circle courtyard that marks the formal entrance to the gallery and the auditorium back there. And with its intimate size, it can also be a practice area for students. And upstairs, this courtyard serves as a mental break for students, shared by the informal space and the dance studio. And so the formal spaces like the ceramics and painting studios become performance spaces, as they're visually connected to sticky spaces adjacent to them, where students can observe and learn from their work and how they work. And so this is a catalog of spaces in the project where collaborations occur among students, and most of them are without the students being in the same room. So spectators on the gray floor and performers on the white floor. So there's the film and screening, outdoor performance, gallery, rooftop performance, ceramics and sculpture, painting and drawing, dance studio, auditorium, and even the courtyard itself becomes a performance. And so just like my case study, departments are compartmentalized as mentioned earlier, with rooms that need the least light in the center, but offices, practice rooms, and informal learning spaces surround the courtyards and the perimeter of the building. And so to visually attract the public and create an interesting space for an otherwise mundane environment, half circles are intersected with the main box volume. Circulation bars are also subtracted from the bottom to achieve porosity. And most of the subtractions occur facing north, where the quad is, to allow for outdoor performances and other public events. And so the main volumes are stretched higher to give hierarchy to the major spaces of the project. And so the east and north elevations show the layering of volumes in front of each other as the student approaches the project, while west and south elevations show the more of the distinction between the volumes, which are emphasized by the sinusoidal perforated skin, and major volumes are in metal cladding, while subtractions are where sticky spaces are highlighted in brick or terracotta. And so, yeah, many art schools are commonly viewed as exclusive institutions by many, including underrepresented students. So I believe it's important to instill that transparency between the arts and the students as a way of making the arts accessible to the underrepresented. And so for students to be inspired by and continue supporting the arts at Compton College. And yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Irene, I just want to commend you on not only the stunning drawings and the comprehensiveness of your presentation, but it's so rare to hear someone who is so graphically capable give such an articulate and heartfelt verbal presentation. So kudos to you, and a really just very impressive presentation, both verbally and graphically.
Thank you.
I totally agree with that comment. I think, you know, there's a certain rigor and discipline that you stuck to, not just in how you presented your work, but then also how you drew it and how you executed it. And I think you carried it through in sort of your design proposal and sort of how you then arrange things. And I think there's a clarity of thought here that is kind of very apparent, and I think creates something really interesting, which is exactly what I think you set out to do by sort of this overlapping of ideas, of geometries, and then applying it to your program and to the siting, and even down to the elevations. Honestly, I think there's some really interesting stuff happening there. So through and through, top to bottom, I think you've really thought this through well, and I think really successfully come to sort of a solution that you intended to. I really like these little sort of vignettes of these spaces interacting with each other and kind of looking into one another, and the way you've illustrated them as well. I think that's really cool.
What's even more important is, or equally important, is that the way that these people from the outside interface with these spaces are not disruptive. And so they become very realistic propositions. The way that you're able to look down onto the stage as a kind of, in an elevated balcony-like way makes it very convincing. The sections are gorgeous. The kind of careful attention to detail, the way that the space is sculpted with the kind of radiused corners in favor of, the throw and catching of acoustics. It's just every little thing seems to be so carefully considered. The way the landscape interfaces with the interior and kind of surrounding outside areas of the building is beautifully done. For me, if there is a point for potential further investigation, it would be with the exterior elevations and this idea of this collage or kind of still life quality of one object overlaid on top of another, and how that registers more clearly in the exterior elevations. At certain moments in the presentation, particularly the exterior perspective, there seems to be a kind of blurring of all materials come together, and you read it much more as a monolithic volume. And then in others, in certain other exterior elevation drawings, you begin to see the kind of very clear distinction between one form and volume and its material articulation versus another. And right now, I think it's a little, for lack of a better description, it's the end of the session, but it seems a little muddy in the exterior elevations, where both in plan and section, there's a really, really wonderful kind of autonomy of form and simultaneously a kind of interaction of form. And so I think that the kind of same legibility that exists both in plan and section could maybe be pushed a little further with the exterior views.
Yeah, I really want to commend you on obviously the presentation, but you actually used all your drawings to be able to share the idea for the project. And I think that just illustrates kind of the commitment you had to the big idea, and also how that manifested itself, a really clear idea, strong diagrams, in the kind of clarity of plan that we're seeing here. I don't know what it is, because it's actually interesting. You actually have a very small basement level. The whole plan feels, or the whole project feels more concise in terms of the program and the way things kind of come together, that it was really done with intent. And once again, I think that goes back to that's exactly what you had as you were creating, was that clarity of intent. So the porosity that you spoke about, that ground floor is just amazing in terms of how it reinforces that and builds off of the original idea of the amphitheater, and the execution, just in terms of how the interior and the exterior have this dialogue all the way through the building is really beautiful. And that, I think, as someone else recognized, that you're understanding the depth that's required for planting on the roof and the curvilinear form that's required to shape some of the large volumes. So well done. It's be pretty amazing for the students to deserve a building like this on campus.
Yeah, I'll also echo that it's incredibly well done. Since you had a very clear narrative from the beginning saying this is a community college, I've been there, I know that there is a need for porosity and transparency, and for that to be showcased front and center, especially with the arts that are, it might not be the biggest money maker industry for some, but in Compton, where it has a history of talent and music that can be recognized and expounded, you give this project special care and attention that shows that this is a place where you can feel like you will make a difference and you want to learn. And you achieve so much with the floor plans elevations to show that from all views, different sections, and the experience that you'll have in these classrooms and spaces will be pretty profound. So commend you for that as well.
You're just very fortunate to be able to be one of the few people in this world who's able to talk simultaneously from the head and the heart. I really commend you on that.
I see Victor said something interesting. I know I'm not supposed to be talking as the critic for your studio, but he did say something interesting about the kind of elevations and whether or not they get a little bit muddy. And I would say on the north and the south. I think interestingly, the east and the west have greater clarity. And I think that particularly the east is really stunning, the way that exterior stair kind of divides up the project. I think that was really nicely handled. But I think maybe what Victor suggested is to maybe take another quick pass at the north and the south elevate, not the plans, which I think work extremely well, but the elevations, just to make them feel less, I don't know, maybe a little bit more expressive of the qualities of the project.
Thank you.
All right, very nice stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jury. So feel free to roam about, take a quick look at some of the other projects that are up on the concept board. We'll be talking about. I think it's a big class. There was 19 students in this class.
Mama mia.
It's a lot to keep track of. But I don't know if you want to say anything in closing, or you don't have to, but any advice you want to give the students?
I think I'm just astounded when you think that everything went online in March, to the sophistication by which you all are presenting your work online, kind of narrating it in such a powerful way, being able to really, I mean, the way that you were kind of highlighting those moments and adapting is just really tremendous. And as we look at our large professional firms and trying to figure out how we're doing the same thing with our clients, it's just really impressive what you have all been able to do. I know it's not the first time you've heard it about how resilient you all are, but you sure are. Congratulations, really.
I would echo what Wendy says. It's phenomenal. To think that in March, we had no idea how one would teach and how others would learn online. And the work that we're seeing this early afternoon is fantastic. And the commitment to the work, given all of the potential distractions, is just phenomenal. And I think it is testament to Cal Poly's dedication to preparing people to work in the profession, no matter what the circumstances are. It's a real honor and privilege to be part of this faculty, and it's really wonderful to see such great student work.
I'll add a couple of comments that, I mean, Wendy touched on it, but supposedly I'm a bit of an optimist, but I also see sort of opportunity in this, is that it becomes even more important in sort of the way you present like this, in choosing your drawings. They have to be very impactful, and your words. We see it with clients all the time. We have to be way more direct when we present virtually. You don't have this ability to read people in a room, to kind of talk, to sort of show all sorts of things. You have to be kind of direct. And I think that's a good thing, especially in the work that you guys are doing. Think about what you're drawing. Think about whether it supports your idea. Think about whether it best supports your project and communicates it to somebody else. I think it's that's I think a benefit of this phase. And I think you all did that pretty well, that you kind of really kind of used what you have here and were pretty focused about it.
I'm also now to see all the wonderful results that each of you have accomplished. I think just starting with the site work and the different group work that each of you did with understanding the program and everything really shows through from very beginning to end that you've all really understood the process, what pieces and elements go into this. And that's very characteristic of what goes on in a firm. So incredible job to all of you.
All right. Well, after those nice things, thank you all so much. Always lovely to see everybody, even if it's virtually. So I guess we have a little bit of a break before the 4 p.m. crew show up. But thank you, students. Thank our wonderful jury.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your
Bye.
work.
Thank you.
Great work, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, great work.
Thank you.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye. Thanks.
See you later.
Bye. Bye, Tessie.
Bye, Sarah. Thank you again.
All right. So we're still broadcasting, but I guess we'll come back maybe 5 minutes to, just in time, 5 minutes to 4. And then we'll have the last, the 4 presenters of the afternoon, which are Noah, Hania, Isaiah, and Caitlin. And we're waiting for Roland Flores, Sean Rosenberg, and Patty Ree from different offices. It's nice to get all these various offices from all over LA. So I think it's always interesting to hear back from the people that do this and know this process extremely well. So it's good to hear from them, as well as from our colleagues in academia. All right, is that all good? How's everybody feeling? Super tired? Jessica's looking like... All right, well, don't fall asleep in the next 15 minutes. Just go walk around or something. Come back. I'm afraid you're gonna sit down and then you'll be gone. All right, nice job.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? This is Sean Rosebrew.
Hello, Sean. How are you? Thanks for
good.
joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. These things are fun. This is what keeps us going, right?
That's right. It should be very fun. We're also broadcasting on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
So
Thanks
we're
for the
waiting.
warning.
Huh?
Thanks for the warning.
It's a private account. Only the students have the link.
Okay.
It's not going out into the world.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. So, but we're waiting for Patty. In the meantime, were you able to get on Concept Board?
I've got it up on another screen here. It's a kind of a light blue.
Yeah, if you go to, on the left-hand side of Concept Board, there's a little icon. It's got a bell and a little check mark, and then there's a little block with 3 letters. If you click on the one that's got the 3 lines and you select site information, it will take you, for some reason the board is off in space somewhere, but so to get to the work, so you should be able to see
Great. Okay.
the site plan, and then you can see the work is organized. There's 19 students. Oops. And you can sort of see the work that they have. They've all organized it in a fairly similar way, with the site plan at the top and then the plans and the sections. And then they have diagrams that show kind of how they made their form. And then they have kind of a series of narrative diagrams that talk about how the users use the space in some way, some kind of story about the building. And then there's some students have elevations, and then they all have at least 2 axonometric or perspectival views from the front of the building and the back of the building.
Very good. I'm getting the hang of it here. Thank you for the help in the navigation.
Yeah, and then when the students present, they will be presenting, they will take control of the board, and they'll walk us through their how they developed the project.
Very cool. Okay.
And I think it'll probably be maybe a few more minutes. Hopefully, it's always a little bit of a challenge getting everybody. Zoom seems to work, but sometimes people have difficulties, as you know, getting in and out of the platforms that we use.
Has everything been done sort of isolated, student to student, or you to the students, or have you been able to be in the same room at all for any of this?
No, we can't even take, we haven't been together since March. So, and unfortunately, we can't even do field trips. So that's, yeah.
This is the hardest part of our industry. Well, 2 things: design and business development are the 2 hardest hurdles to overcome in the design industry these days. Everything, process and production and Revit and all that stuff, we can do remotely all day long. But the hardest things to really accomplish is good design and finding work.
Yeah, there's no more cocktail parties.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's but the students are very adapted. They've taken on the challenge, and really they're incredibly resilient.
Way more than I think we were at that age.
Certainly more than we are now.
Right.
They keep up their good spirits too, which is,
Yeah.
let's see. There is, so we're going to be talking just about 4 projects this afternoon. So it won't take the whole time. But you're welcome to look through all of the various projects. And since you are all such an integral part of the studio, I do also want to, share the work with everybody at HMC that worked on this, helped us with the workshops and supported us all along the way. So I think they'll be happy with the results.
We're happy to do it.
Hi, Patty.
Hi there, how are you?
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Been a long time.
I know it has. I apologize. There's I think like the next door neighbors are doing lawn work, so it's a little noisy in the background. So
That's all right. We're all used to all of the background distractions. We're just waiting for one more juror. Make sure that I got him on this list. Yeah. I guess we can start till I can kind of go over some of the background information. Um, Okay, so Patty, were you able to get onto concept board?
I'm on mute. Yeah, I am. I think I'm on it. I see a blue screen.
It's not centering on the work. If you go to on the left-hand side, there's 3 little icons. Screen, and the one with the square with 3 lines, it says sections. If you click on that, you can go to and click on site information. It'll take you to the first image.
Got it. Now I see it.
Okay. So we're waiting for Roland Flores from Little, but in the meantime, we can get started. I'll introduce you all. So there's Roland Flores. Hopefully he got my emails, and from Little, who will join us soon. And then Patty Ree, who's a partner at EYRC Architects, and Sean Rosenbrew. Is that how you say your last name? Rosenbrew?
It's Rosebrew.
Rosebrew.
Yeah.
From HMC Architecture. And the project that we did, as I wrote in my email, it's an educational building for Compton College. And the site information here shows the current campus in gray and light gray and dark gray. And below that, you see a colored plan that was developed by Gensler, which has got the site plan, and then the buildings in red are all new buildings that are being proposed in the master plan. Some of them are currently in development and some are future. There's a building that's kind of right below, south of the quad, the central quad, and that has, there's like right below where there's a little amphitheater, and that is the visual and performing arts building that we are working on. There's a little theater that's existing that we did not keep in our project, but I guess they're looking to keep in the master plan. And then to the right, there's a library, and then to the left, there's a physical education complex, which is being proposed, and then the swimming pool. And then they're proposing a parking lot and drop off to the south. And then again, it's to the north is the quad. And then you can see some of the images of the campus to the right, the sort of central quad area, and then the library, which is the kind of curtain wall, green curtain wall with a curved building. And again, the circled project on the aerial is the site that we're using. So the project is not currently has not been programmed. because it's sort of still a little bit off in the future. So one of the things that we had to do as a class, and the students did as an exercise, was to determine what the program would be for that building. And we basically did this programming exercise where we used a series of case studies to kind of figure out what these types of buildings typically have. And then they also did an intensive look at the catalog from Compton College to figure out what courses were being taught in order to be able to figure out what rooms we needed for this project. It's a lot of different rooms, given the program with this sort of mixed arts program. So there's a visual arts and photography, and there's a whole slew of buildings, rooms associated with that. And then there's the dance and theater, there's film and video, and then there's the music department. And that included like a theater for the film and a theater for the music, or for the theater department and the dance, and then a series of, fairly specialized rooms. And I split the students into 4 different groups of 5. And then they were able to, so they each of the groups did this exercise. And to the right, you see basically there's 4 categories of these room data sheets where they looked at a variety of different projects to figure out what typically these rooms look like in terms of their proportion and their configuration. And then from that, we kind of could use the 4 different schemes as a comparison to be able to evaluate whether the program that we developed for the studio seemed correct. And what we ended up with was a 55,000 net square foot building with 80,000 gross, with a 1.3 grossing factor. So that was part of it. The other thing that we did early on in the semester is that the students were all given a case, well, they got to select from this list a case study, and then they were also asked to select an artist, whether it was a filmmaker, a choreographer, or a sculptor, photographer, from this list that I came up with. And they used a combination of the research that they did about some particular artist that they were interested in researching, and a particular case study. And then they combined those two sources to come up with what we call the Little Building, which was a small project for basically 1 cohort. So 1 faculty member and 20 to 30 students, so that they could then use that as the starting point for their design. Their own designs also, we also had a series of workshops with HMC that dealt with, kind of formal and informal teaching spaces. And then also they did some environmental research using this Cove software. And then the boards, like I said, it's a big class. There's 19 students. These are all mostly 4th year and 5th year. And then there's 2 grad students as well that are in the class. 4th year and 5th year undergrads. It's a vertical studio, so they're all mixed together. And the boards are organized from top to bottom, sort of site and plan information sections, kind of exterior renderings. And then also there's usually some information about how they came up with the form of the building through a diagram. And then I asked them to do what I call narrative drawings, which are kind of drawings that represent like a little storyboard in terms of what, some kind of narrative that talks about the experience of the students at the campus.
And is this a apologies for asking, is this like a final, this is the final product after the semester, or is it a
Yeah.
mid-review, or?
So they've been they've been working on the final design maybe for like 5 weeks, maybe 5 weeks on this project, and then so we only have 2 weeks left, and then we're going to use that to produce a book and kind of finalize the text and the research so that we can print a book about the project, about the whole studio. So they can do like a little finagling on the project, but yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's not like midterm in the sense that they have more time. All right, let me see. So I guess we can get started. And what happened to Sean? Strange. No, sorry, Roland. Anyway, so why don't the order of presentations this afternoon, we have Noah. Noah, you're here?
Yeah, I can go ahead and moderate.
Okay, Noah, and then we have Hanie, and then Isaiah, and then Kate. And then just so you know, Patty, this is going out through YouTube, but it's to a private account, so it's only students can see it. So don't worry.
Got it. No problem.
It's not going out into the world at this point.
Good to know.
Yeah. All right, so you can moderate.
Okay. All right, is everyone seeing me moderate?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Noah, and the overall concept for my project was to basically have a volume with 2 intersecting corridors in plan that frame 4 different zones. That frame 4 different zones housing either informal learning spaces, which constitutes like study or social gathering, or formal learning spaces referring to like the various program needed to accommodate the various art departments at Compton College. So this whole idea of like intersecting corridors was sort of derived from the little building that I did earlier in the semester. This thing right down here, where I sort of activated these wide corridors as sort of social spaces with zones of program alternating alongside those alongside the corridor. Any zones here not occupied by the program was like outdoor space here and here. So I tried to carry that aspect into my visual and performing arts building, where zones of sorry, my concept board is lagging. Where zones not filled by program become atriums designated for informal learning spaces. So in section, here's one atrium that starts on the ground floor. Well, actually goes down to the basement, but goes all the way up to the 3rd floor. And then there's another atrium that starts on the 2nd level and that goes up, is open to above there. Okay, so in these atriums, you have classrooms that are stacked on top of each other. That sort of create a visual connection between formal learning, which is like a classroom, and then they look into the atrium where so maybe social gathering or studying is going on. And just for the basic walkthrough of the plans, starting the ground floor. The ground floor is mostly public, public spaces like big rehearsal rooms, the gallery on the north face near the quad, and then like access to the theater, which is probably the largest space in this building. So it's open to all 4 sides of the site. So you have an entrance here, here, back in the south from the parking lot, and then one from the main quad. To access the second floor, you enter the atrium on the first floor, and you have this sort of seating area, seating stair, but also a stair that leads up to the second floor. And on the second floor, you basically have film and some visual arts, classrooms stacked looking into this atrium, and classrooms stacked looking into that atrium. And then you also have music. Likewise, to get from the ground floor to the second floor, you take a stair on the second floor into atriums, to the third floor. And you have the fine visual arts, as well as faculty and staff rooms, as well as meeting rooms that both look into the atriums. Lastly, I'd like to go over my narrative drawing, or my attempt of one. So here I tried to show sort of the 3 main spaces that a single music student may interact with throughout their day. So here's that I'm going to be showing, sitting in the atrium on one of those social seating stairs. He has like a little guitar. Then you come to the next one. This might be private practice with a professor, learning how to play with the guitar, rehearsal, whatnot. And then here's a view of, it's supposed to be a lot more populated, but where you're on the ground floor looking into the theater, and the student finally made it to a performance, and now he's playing. Yeah, so that view is taken sort of right here as you're looking into the theater. So here's sort of like the perspective views. This is the north, northeast. I didn't look too much into materiality, didn't go too much detail, I guess. But the main idea is to wrap the 2 top level atriums, or 2 top atrium levels in a wood louver system, with the ground level of the atriums being sort of wrapped in an opaque material, like fogged glass. Any other walls not relating to the atrium spaces were then wrapped in like a corrugated metal. So it's very similar on the south facade with the wood louver system, opaque glazing, and then the corrugated metal facade. So at this point, I'll stop moderating so you guys can look around at your own pace. Yeah, but I think I covered everything that I wanted to.
Noah, can you just talk a little bit about how your project relates to the surrounding site and maybe how one would approach the site?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I'll moderate again, actually, as I go back to the site plan. Okay, so here we are at the site plan. So to the north, this is the main quad area. you'll be sort of walking by, and then there's an entrance here as you walk around here. I think this atrium space here is sort of inviting, but you do have to go into the building to get into that. I did redesign sort of this auditorium that they had outside, so that the corridors that I have in plan sort of directly lead out to that auditorium. Yeah, but I guess the main thing with the ground floor is that all four sides have these entrances that sort of lead you in to the main corridors.
I had a similar question in a different way, Noah.
Yeah.
And first of all, because you're first, you get to be the guinea pig on my questions, on my line of questioning, so the others can pick up clues as to what I'm going to ask them.
Sure.
But I've worked on almost nothing but college campuses for about 30 years. And what's really important working on a campus is context and how you relate to everything around it, because no building should really be considered in isolation, especially one that is kind of nestled in between these others. How did you, I guess, tell me about the approach. You mentioned this is a four-sided building. How did you decide how to treat those four sides, and how did you decide where to put those entry points on each side?
Well, I guess the corridors and their entrances were sort of just derived, sort of, well, at least I know, sorry, my concept board keeps, okay. So this shorter corridor here, this sort of aligns with the doorway to the building, the adjacent building, both here and here. The funny thing is these corridors used to be angled, like in my smaller little building that I did earlier in the semester. But as I developed it into this larger performing arts building, the angled corridor sort of had a less purpose, I guess, because it was only just there as an angle, but it wasn't really serving anything other than just to make it look cool. So I guess the decision here was to, rather than make this side of the corridor angled like it was in my smaller building, I made it parallel to the other angle, and it sort of worked out that the entrances to these other buildings are actually sort of aligned with this pathway. But from the parking lot and the north and the south, that's all sort of open out there, like the auditoriums. So automatically, I think this becomes sort of the inviting entrance. Yeah, that's
Maybe
about.
go to your site plan, might be easier. To understand with the amphitheater to the north.
Yeah, so this is the amphitheater to the north. And then the main universe.
What's the building on the left again? I know the building on the right's the library, is that right?
The building on the right is.
It was a library.
Yeah, I forgot to.
And the building on the
Sorry.
left.
That's the physical education.
Yeah.
Well, I think something to consider is, first of all, I think graphically your drawings are very, very, very nice. I mean, it looks like you've worked in an office already. And I appreciate that you're kind of trying to figure out how to get all this program to work and make sense. So I get it. You're trying to, make a building here. But I think based on the questions that I'm sorry, the gentleman,
Sean.
Sean, we're trying to see like how this responds to the context, because college campuses, any campus, you always want to kind of be aware of what your context is and how people are arriving at your building. And there's a sense of sameness that I feel just based on your presentation so far on all the four sides. And even when you look at in plan, even though you have a little angle there, it just feels like this corridor, it's like the same width from top to bottom, from left to right. And it's lacking hierarchy, which I think would be helpful to you on a project that has components like a theater where you're bringing people in that aren't familiar with the campus, that might be coming there visiting for the first time or whatever. It's just there's opportunities there for directing people that I think are kind of missed. And there's also like a sameness kind of on all those facades. And maybe if there was really a strong reason for having them all be so equitable to each other, maybe I just didn't pick up on that, but it feels like they don't necessarily have to be all the same, you know?
The facades?
Even the entrances, like they're always in the middle, they're always of a certain width, and it's kind of like unrelenting in terms of how it doesn't open or make it feel generous. And no matter how wide you make it, at the end of the day, it'll feel almost like a corridor and like a circulation corridor versus like a place where you want to hang out and gather. So just something to consider.
I think what happened.
You can stop moderating. Like,
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Patty's questions were all along the lines of what mine were going to be next. What was the inspiration for the materiality on the four sides? Because you really have a choice. You have an opportunity to respond to each thing kind of literally, take a clue and wrap it all the way around to tie it to the campus. And there's really no right or wrong answer. It's a matter of picking an approach and kind of sticking with it all the way through. So give you another little tagline. There's really two ways to think about a building on a campus. It can be a hero building or a soldier building. You know, a hero building is going to stand out and be its own thing. Usually it's, a little off to the side, not always kind of one of many in a line on a quad like this. Then you have a soldier building that you could consider this to be in a soldier building location because it's kind of doing a job here. It's separating the parking from the quad. It's facing the quad. It's one of many buildings that face that quad. So did you want it to fit in with the rest of them or stand out a little bit or, create this sort of homogeneous, say, coalesced feeling in the quad? Was there an approach you were thinking about as you were choosing the materials and the massing?
I think the materials were, so the materials are chosen sort of as a last minute thing for me, but when I was thinking of the materials, I guess it was more in the context of the building itself, not like just like the atriums, like the shading devices that the wood louvers system would provide. I was thinking more like that versus the context, but you're totally right. I think the context was sort of like the context of the site was not addressed clearly.
Okay. I think when you start out, every building has a story, right? Or you want to create a story around your building or your design. So the way we like to do it is to zoom way out and look at the whole campus. And I think it's okay to pick out a couple of really important observations that you have of that campus that you want to pick up on and carry through and kind of weave into your design. And so I think the next time you get to present this, you can take a step back and look at the whole campus and see how your thinking fits into the rest of the campus.
Yeah.
Certain elements that can really help to build your story. It's your little bullet points, right?
Yeah.
Drove you to coming up with where you are now. And Patty's right. This is from a depiction standpoint, it's very clear. I can see what's going on here graphically. So kudos there. It's a story that I think can need a little help, but there's some good ideas here that I think you can work on. I think as Patty mentioned, the hierarchy of all the corridors being the same, it's an opportunity to really create a there. It's okay to have a one-liner in a building. Here's what I want to be the focus. It could be in the middle, it could be on one edge, it could be next to another important building that you want to relate to and create a space with. You're almost doing it in the upper right-hand corner there where the green Ryan's name is, that, could have a relationship to the library. Maybe you want a stronger relationship with the library versus the gym. Just thinking about the use of it and who might be coming and going and why. Maybe let me ask you this. How'd you decide to do the kind of park on the left side versus the right side?
The what, sorry?
I see 3 or 4 trees along the left-hand side outside the building. How did you decide to put those there instead of on the other side? I'm just curious.
Oh, I think just sort of being like a physical, physical facility next door.
Create a little separation from it.
Yeah, but I think more of just an area for like a fresh breath of air from that facility.
Because you could, if you go back to the floor plan, that could be, I can't remember if at the large performance space is a flat floor or if it's sloped. It was sloped, wasn't it? I was wondering if that outdoor space could be right off of the auditorium so people could go right outside and treat that as kind of a pre-function space outside.
Yeah.
Flip it.
I mean, it's a very efficient box that you've kind of stuffed with program. And so I would imagine like the community college that's kind of appropriate to the kind of client that you're working with. But I also think that if you're given that you're doing that, and it's actually like, honestly, when you are challenged with these really tight budgets and, they're requiring super uber efficiency, it makes it that much more important to make those innards like really humane and good spaces that you'd want to be in for the students, being in Southern California, we're lucky that we can have so much indoor outdoor space. So maybe there's a way that you can break open and make this box a little more porous and a little bit more indoor outdoor. I think it will kind of help you develop your facades. And I get it, maybe you just didn't get to do your facades yet, but I think because I think you do have very nice things going on in your section, and I like how you're thinking about what people are looking at, how people are looking at each other and socializing from different levels down to the ground level. So it's just maybe pushing that a little further and then seeing how it can kind of break through the perimeter of the box.
Yeah, okay. I think those little vignettes you have of activity, I think you're on the right track of thinking at the different scales or levels in terms of the size of groups of people and what they're going to be experiencing in the building. You're giving an opportunity for that variety of things to happen. That's what you want on a college campus.
All right. Thank you, Noah.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Noah. Nice job.
All right, Honey.
Hi. This is Hanie. Let me moderate my screen. So the main focus of my project was relationship between interior and exterior. My case study was the open air school, and I got the idea of having this relationship between interior and exterior from my case study, which the idea was having like circulation in the air helps a student study better. So also I take a look at Carlos Ramos Pavilion because of the courtyard typology that I would like to follow. So I got some help from that one too. As my plans, so the relationship from my plan to the site, I have a exhibition hall in front of the campus and the courtyard to the parking. So I try to keep all the courtyard around the courtyard open with glasses. So it have a circulation between interior and exterior. Program wise, I put my visual arts on the first floor, everything related to dance and auditorium on the basement. And then the music on the second floor and all the offices and classrooms on the third floor. I also have my cafe and a balcony all around the staircase case. It's all like informal study spaces that I have in this showing in this close-up interior. So basically they can go eat, study, like everything. And for my narrative drawing, I use my elevation idea to show how if you look from elevation, you can see different things that people do inside the building. So basically, if you're in front of the windows, you see someone dancing, playing music, studying, eating, or making ceramics and everything. And I think that's it.
I think, well, you could talk a little bit more about the so like the orientation in terms of the like north, south, what you expect people to see, what parts are glass, what parts are solid.
Right,
Maybe
sure.
use all your drawings to explain that.
Right, sure. So basically the exhibition hall will would be open with those small square windows to the campus, but also had a glass in this part. So also like it's walkable to the campus. And then from the courtyard also people can have access to exhibition hall. So I decided to have like most glass on the first floor, but in upper floors, I keep that relationship with like, I was like having semi-glass situation. So I added these square windows to have like good views, but also not all glass. So I put my auditorium next to the physical building, and like this side I have the classes that mostly don't have view, or not classes, equipment, or loading dock that don't have any views next to the library. But from the sites that I need more view, it's mostly to the campus.
How did you decide to, I mean, this is a U-shaped building, essentially a courtyard building with one piece taken off. How did you decide which way to orient that?
Actually, I rotated my building once. So the reason I decided to have this orientation was having like the whole exhibition to the canvas. And so before that, the auditorium was side to the campus and the courtyard was side to the physical building, which I think there were no point for auditorium without like any view to the campus. So I rotated this way. So it has more of a better circulation from parking to the courtyard and also campus to the entrance of the exhibition hall.
I think also the courtyard's facing south now, right? So it gets sun.
Right, exactly.
Well, I think you picked the right direction. I like the way that the edge out on the quad, if we'll call it the quad, how that holds that edge, but yet it's transparent into a space that's very active. So people walking really anywhere on the campus, if that's north, if north is up on here, I didn't even ask about the orientation, but they can see what's going on in the building. I think that's an exciting thing. And the same thing coming from the parking, there's a draw in there because you're going to see not only that little courtyard, but the activity, and then how you place there's a real clarity in where the program pieces are going here, with the teaching on one side or the practicing on one side and the performance on the other. And the practice side can spill out into that courtyard. I think that's a really great thing. So everybody gets to hear the practice, if that is part of the idea. You really get to kind of experience the building, even if you're not in it. You could be on the other side in the quad and hear things going on and wonder where that music is coming from if students are practicing in that little courtyard back there. I think that's a really nice idea to activate the area. And I think it's okay to have that.
Yeah, I can see it both ways. At first I was like, oh yeah, I like that the courtyard is facing the drop-off area. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking like, but maybe that courtyard is more of like a private thing, you know? This is like the private outdoor area, the backyard for where the students practice and bring their instruments out or something. I don't know. So I can see it both ways.
Yeah. I could almost see a line of trees along there just to screen it from the parking. So
yeah, but I'm imagining if there are guests coming for a performance, and I guess this is a question for the student, would you imagine that they're getting dropped off here and then they're going through the courtyard, or are they going to go down the west side or the western alley and then enter at the corner at the, you know what I'm saying?
So I was thinking, yeah, entering at the corner would be better. And my reason is like, I was thinking about this courtyard, as you said, as a private courtyard, since I have my painting drawing studios and also ceramic studios in the first floor open to courtyard. So people can work in the studios or in the courtyard. So probably it would be better if it stays like more private.
Interesting.
So from a massing standpoint, if we're coming from the parking lot from the south, we get out of our car and we're trying to find the front door. Is there something on that corner as a moniker or icon that kind of hangs out there that draws you there? Can you go back to your massing?
Sorry, I'm not moderating, but let me do it.
Yeah, I can move there.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. So there's almost an opportunity to do kind of a marquee there on that corner.
Right.
Draw people there from the parking, or really anywhere.
Right.
And already differentiated the materials, so there's an opportunity to maybe take another step and really highlight that as entry, as the main entry, publicly anyway.
Sure.
But I like the on the facades here, and I love the little kind of vignettes. It's little windows into their world there, as you showed on the diagram, with all the little activities going on behind the punches.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
We're also joined by Roland, but we can we'll have only a little bit longer on this one, and then I can explain a little bit more, go back and explain where we are. Thanks for joining us.
No worries. Sorry for being late. I had an unexpected last minute call, so.
That's okay.
Sorry, I clicked something by accident, so I'm trying to make my way back to the concept board.
So were you trying to have this stand out as its own thing, or kind of nestle in with the rest of the context? What was your thinking as you're choosing materials and massing and height and edges and all that good stuff?
Excuse me, can I have unstable internet? Do you mind repeating?
How did you decide about the materiality in terms of, does it fit exactly in the campus, or does it really stand out and be its own?
Right, let me be honest. Like before having these windows, I was thinking about like having cement boards, but after coming up with the idea of having these small square windows, I still not sure about the material, but would rather to go with something like so simple, so the windows pop up instead.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood the context on the photos around the campus. Sarah, maybe this is a question for you. There's pictures of green glass. Is that the library, the green glass thing? I haven't been to this campus.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't blame anybody for not wanting to pay homage to the context here, because honestly, it's not that great. So I think there's an opportunity to make your own thing here. And again, I haven't seen the rest of the campus to see what else to draw from, but
Yeah. So you see in the aerial, there's like this funny curved glass
yeah,
building here. And then this is a new building, so we don't even know what that's going to look like, the gym, but I'm assuming it'll be, I don't know, it should be a nicer project.
yeah.
And then all of this is getting rebuilt. So it's a little bit a blank slate because there's not, most of the campus is going to be torn down.
So okay to be contextual if the context is good. If it's not very good, you can go your own direction.
Yeah.
So any last comments?
I think my only other thing to maybe think about is, wait, north is the quad, right? So that means the east side and the north side. So sorry. It's like chaos over here. You're facing a very kind of public important moment within the campus. And those small windows, I mean, I appreciate your thinking for them, but they just feel a little like, a little not generous. Do you know what I mean? First of all, it's a north facade, so you have the ability to have more glass, but I don't know, it's like an arts building. I love what you're thinking for like the courtyard area, you know, having a lot of porosity there, but it just feels like it's a little
tight.
Or it feels very sheer to me, you know? And this is maybe an opportunity to give something back to that kind of more public quad space. Because I'm imagining that's going to have a lot of student traffic, people hanging out, sitting on that amphitheater. It, you know, just something to consider.
I thought you were making, I don't know, it's always these things sort of appear, but I thought this was all glass so that you could see through from the north and to the south. That
You mean the first floor?
Yeah.
I think we
Or
just
all the floors even.
last minute.
Yeah.
We changed it a couple days ago.
All right. Yeah, I think the idea of keeping the that you could see through the building was a little bit part of some of your other ideas, which would have been good to keep. I would say the north should have more glazing and anyway, we still need to develop the project quite a bit, but it's getting there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, thanks for joining us, Roland. I'll quickly just, in order for you, were you able to get into concept board?
I'm in there now.
Okay, so it's got this very strange thing that it just shows up blue when you first enter. But if you look on the left-hand side, there's 3 icons, a bell, a check mark, and a little square with lines in it. If you click the square, I'm also have it shared here. So, so you should be able to, I am sharing the screen, aren't I, or not? Did I forget to share the screen? Oops. All right, let me share the screen because I had been sharing it. All right.
Oops.
I can also share the screen, but if you look at this little section mark, this, and then you go to site information, it'll take you to the first slide, and then you can move around concept board with this little hand. It just lets you pan left and right, and there's, so the information, like I was saying, this is the existing campus, it's Compton. Well, you know the campus, right? You're all doing a building there, right?
Yeah, we're familiar with the campus and their aspirations for the Olympics.
Right. Okay. So So we're working on this little building, which is the Visual and Performing Arts Building,
Mhm.
which ended up being bigger than what Gensler had suggested based on we did a programming exercise, which is sort of looked at what they needed, obviously this is a non-budgetary exercise. So given what they needed and what they taught in their catalog, the students, and together in group, we developed a program looking at all the various spaces that they need and sort of figured out, we did room data sheets to kind of validate these numbers, and we came up with an 80,000 gross square foot building. And then the students produced a small building as their first exercise that had to do with looking at a particular artist from a list I gave them. It's a variety of contemporary artists and filmmakers and choreographers, composers that they could each select. And then they also had a list of case studies that they could study, that they did a research project on. And then they created a small project for one cohort, basically 30 students and one professor. So you might have Sol LeWitt, if he was still alive, as your professor. I think he's not alive anymore. I shouldn't say that. Or Cindy Sherman. And so then the students, if you look along the bottom of the boards, that's how these are organized. So for example, in this one, there's Marina Branovich, and then this student looked at Gund Hall, and then their boards are organized according sort of a site plan, perspectives, plans, sections, a narrative drawing, elevations, and axonometric views of the project. And then, so that's basically how we're going to go through it. They've been working on the final project, I think, for about 5 weeks, 2 weeks before midterm, and then maybe 2.5 weeks since there. So between 4 and 5 weeks to develop this work. So maybe 4 weeks are design, 1 week of representation. So we're going to look at 2 more this afternoon. Today's a slightly shorter day. So we have Isaiah and Caitlin last. So the next project to present is Isaiah. And if you have any questions, let me know. They're going to moderate, but if you want to, you can look at the screen share, which I have now up, which I'd forgotten to screen share. So you can just follow the screen share, or you can navigate on your own in Concept Board by kind of zooming around and looking at the work, but they will also moderate at the beginning of the presentation. All right, Isaiah, go ahead.
Okay, let me moderate. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so hi, I'm Isaiah, and the project tries to explore the concept of generating a field through the distribution and the configuration of the program. And if I go down to, like Sarah mentioned, the artist and the case study, the idea was derived through both sculptor Ava Hess, this is her, and her project Repetition 19 Below, as well as the Rolex Learning Center by Sana. In Ava Hess's project, these repetitive members maintain this irregularity in form as well as their arrangement. And then looking at the Rolex Center, we can see this sort of same irregularity in the cutouts that are there and what's left over as the field. So that's kind of what I was looking at, how both of Sana and her were generating this idea of a field. And to further explore the assignment, we were supposed to create, like Sarah said, a mini building. And this is where the first attempt, I guess, at this idea of exploring the field was done, where You see the repetition of the circles and how maybe the circles can start to be combined with a program such as rooms or circulation. And then moving on to the site. Given the site at Compton, and after some workshops with, like Sarah had mentioned, HMC earlier, it seemed like it was important to address the social aspect of what this building was. So in order to do that, it just seemed that being an art department, it made it that much more important. But looking at this site and the ground floor plan, in order to address this, I guess, connection to the social aspect, the move was made to leave the entire ground floor open to the exterior. So that way it can lend itself to not only the art department or art students, but also other students who could be passing by and want to check out the art department and enable this social interaction. And then throughout the plans, you can see the sort of slight irregularity, if I zoom in a little bit more, in these circular shapes, trying to emulate the same characteristics Ava Hess had in her project. And where am I? Oh, there it goes. It froze a little bit, sorry. Yeah, so that maintaining this irregularity in the programmatic elements, and then what's left over is filled with furniture. Again, enough furniture to supply not only for the art department itself, but any passerbyers who would like to go and spend some time looking in the gallery or just inside the department itself. And let me show you the other plans. Here's the underground floor. And this has more of the controlled spaces, such as music studios and a lot of the lead ups to what would be a performance, like the scene shop, locker rooms, laundry, costume, things like that. Then again, you would hit the ground floor, and then moving up, again, you start to see discontinued, the irregularity of the circular shapes that have most of the main programmatic elements, such as classrooms that wouldn't be as formal, I guess, as the programmatic elements that were in the basement. And the diagrams to the right, they start to address, this one addresses the formal strategy of the building and how maybe you start with a cube and the theater, the stadium style theater is subtracted from the cube, and all these other programmatic elements are introduced into the building and then surrounded by the facade. And then the program diagram attempts to show the disbursement of the actual program, like I said, with the controlled spaces being more at the bottom, being music, some of the film, a lot of the dance and theater, while the more informal spaces start to create and generate this field as you move up the floors. And looking down at the section, I tried to focus the cuts on both the circulation and this idea that it's open to the campus on both sides, so that the campus sort of flows underneath the facade, and creating this, I guess it's sort of an invite into the building, not just closed off. And then the section to the right is a cut right through the theater and showing that subtraction all the way up to the third floor. The diagram to the right of that, I wanted to create something to sort of suggest this movement on the ground floor and how maybe coming in through different areas, you might, like here, maybe go back down to the basement, or if you're coming from the south side, you'd go up the stairs, or in other areas, you might end up in a classroom. The narrative drawings here, I wanted to aim them at the circulation as well. As you can see the stairs in mostly all of them, a good portion of them at least. And I wanted to show how like possibly like walking up the stairs and you would be able to end up seeing each other. And I guess I use both cutouts and illustrative elements to suggest again this like this what an art school would be is like at least I imagine a mess, and again the irregularity of using a cutout versus an illustration, things that you might find in an art department, such as people playing music randomly or some people maybe just studying. Lastly, at the bottom, I have the perspectives showing the lead up to the building, both the north and the south sides, and the elevations below showing that the facade is lifted up, allowing the ground floor to let itself to the site. And that's it.
Isaias, can you walk me through? I'm a student. I'm coming to this. I'm either an art student or I'm a student on campus, and I see this building. What would be my experience? Where would I come in? Where would I leave? Where would I go?
Depending on what side you come from, I guess maybe if you come from the quad, it's all open so that you would be able to come straight into the gallery, say you know where the gallery is, or if you come from the gym side or the physical activity side, you would be able to come in as well. If you're coming for a performance and you're coming from the parking lot, you'd come down here. If you want to make your way up the building, this is the side that the main circulation is on, aside from, of course, the sort of fire escape route stairs. So you would make your way to this side, toward the side of the building where the circulation is primarily.
And is there any kind of a hierarchy that you have to the programming in terms of the programs and how you locate them? I mean, it seems like the ones that are in the basement are there because they're there for functional reasons, but in terms of promoting this mess that you talk about within the interaction of an art school, how are you facilitating that within your programming or space planning?
Yeah, looking if let me moderate a little bit. So looking here at the program diagram, I chose to put more of the studio spaces where it becomes, I guess, more of this mess, and the program is a bit more sizable. So I put it at the top because I feel like at the top you would be getting one more light than anything, and at the same time there was more free space up on top to do than such things like the office. The office might not want to be all the way at the top. I would imagine maybe a teacher wanting to go all the way to the top to reach their office or things like that. But
are you segregating all the teaching faculty on one floor?
No, it's not all segregated, and I didn't want to, just to address the sort of idea of irregularity. So there is some specific decisions, I would say, on where some of the spaces were, but in order to emphasize this idea of irregularity, like the dance, a lot of the dance is on the basement level, but I then went and put dance studios on the third level.
And what's your floor to floor?
12, I think 12, yeah, 12, 3. Yeah, 12, 3.
No, it can't be that.
Or no, it's less, 9.4, the floor, not the floor. Yeah, 9 feet 4, I think, yeah.
No, it has to be much more than that.
For a dance studio?
No, let me see. Yeah, no, I think it is 12 feet 4.
Look at the plans. I hope it's not that low. It should be, you're saying that 12 feet to the underside of the slab?
So from here to here is 12 feet. From here to here is 9 feet 4, I think.
I don't know. I don't know why you're saying that, but all right. I thought we said all the floors would be at least like 15 feet.
Oh.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
In that section right there on the right-hand side, is there an enclosure around that theater?
No, it's open to the campus as well.
Got it. So that's a program, definitely a program shift.
So if I could step back and let's say not talk about the objective aspects of the project and get more into the subjective aspects of it. So you started by looking at the sculptress, and then you also looked at the Sana project, right?
Yes.
And you're telling me that what you distilled from the sculptress that you studied was this idea of repetition and how that can kind of create structure, and that potentially within that repetition, you can have variances of scale to accommodate different aspects of the program and things like that. Is that correct?
I would agree, yes.
So, and then you obviously looked at Sana, and I'm wondering, I have a question about some of the formal decisions that you make, and I'm a little concerned that you're not basically stylizing or flat out just copying, because you can get repetition from a square, from a triangle, from a rectangle.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing programmatically in terms of your program that you stated to date that suggests that the optimal shape for these spaces would be a circle. I see it from the Sana, and so are you just taking the Sana and just directly reinterpreting that diagram into this building for the sake of that to cool form, or is there something within that diagram from Sana that you feel is particularly pertinent to how you view the programming of this space?
I would say no, that the form of this suggested this circle or the undulations that happen in a circle are more fluid and they seem more irregular than the rigidity of a square or anything with sharper corners. So that's in, I guess, response to the forms. I would say that. I wouldn't say that I just, Sana used circles or something like a circle. I would say that more I agree that this sort of shape allows for more coherence when it comes to the irregularity.
I think what I take away from it is I think it's actually really makes one rethink how one experiences the programs that are happening inside and outside of it, because you're not relying on the standard. Whenever we think of like offices and efficient layouts, you think of a rectangular form that's kind of repeated right next to each other so that you conserve on the number of walls that you're doing. But here, every office is its own individual, maybe unique, maybe not, but kind of irregular shape. And it really makes you rethink how you would lay out an office and actually perform in it or teach in it or meet with someone in it. And it's almost makes this space outside of it equally, if not more important, because now you're going to have a lot of those meetings outside of those spaces, because the mere fact that you don't have enough offices probably to accommodate all the people that you're supposed to be accommodating. So I like how those things are provoking those different ways of looking at how we normally would experience academic space.
Yeah, I'm with you, Patty. I was thinking, I was following Isaiah's process as he talked, and he started the story out with the artist and the inspiration from there and extracted some elements. And yeah, I think there's a literal interpretation of what he's taking from there and putting in the building. He created, a very regular outline here, a square that has a very regular structural grid. And then you put in these very, when you compile all these little circles in here, it becomes very irregular inside, even though each of the little forms obviously are regular. They're, one of the design ways of thinking is there's the fried egg and there's the tomato. Okay, they seem a little weird when you talk about it like that, but a fried egg has a very regular center and a very irregular outside, whereas a tomato, when you cut it, there's a very regular outside and very irregular inside. You've got a little bit of a hybrid going on here, but I'd still call it a tomato. you know, it looks like a very pure form on the outside, but you get inside and it's just really, I think it's a wonderful surprise in there where you kind of destroy the feeling of a regular structural grid through these circles, but it's still there. You haven't done anything odd structurally. And so a contractor won't come at you because you're designing a regular structure and putting in these irregular things. I'm thinking of VE guys, right? What are they going to attack? And they can't because it's a very regular thing. And as you're alluding to, Patty, I think the real magic is what happens in between all those circles in there. It's not necessarily what's inside the circles, because you get a real variety of different spaces there that you can do different things with. And whether it purely satisfies the program requirement, I'm not sure yet, but I think it'd be a really interesting place to be in and kind of wander around. Yet it's got this kind of formality on a campus that, again, in my mind, for where it is in the campus, it holds its edges, it kind of does its job from a quad standpoint and the neighboring buildings, but it really stands out on its own. So it's an interesting exploration. It really is.
I mean, I agree that, you know, that there's a potentiality for that these, you know, having these regular shaped spaces could present not necessary challenges in a pejorative sense, but that they present new possibilities for pedagogy in terms of teaching. But what I see and what I've heard that there hasn't, and I think that's the crux of the project. And what I've seen and what I've heard hasn't been any exploration and development that to enhance this project beyond what seems to me more of a kind of standard reiteration and applique of kind of a standard look or form. You know, if you have a drawing studio, they have issues with light. They also have issues with privacy because you have a lot of nude models in drawings. And so how do you adjust the shape of these irregular shaped rooms to accommodate those kind of things? So I think, you know, an investigation of a more, because you're proposing a whole, you're proposing a completely distinct paradigm for an educational building. And if you're gonna propose that, then you take the responsibility for that, and you have to prove that and make the arguments for validating that you're gonna change this paradigm. And right now, the paradigm that you're presenting doesn't seem very strong in terms of argument and saying, okay, it's this and that. And that, and you know, for the argument that you're making that, you know, then if you think it within the context of the college, if you're making this argument that people should be coming in to this building because you're raising it up in all glass, I would expect to see a site section cutting through the campus showing where this building, how that building sits. And that's not even, you're only showing me basic building sections.
Yeah.
But that's a massive contextual argument that you're making there. Well, then I want to see how this campus flows right through this building.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at, you know, I don't know if you've seen the drawings that from Milsting Hall that OMA did at Cornell. They did it from the gourds and then up on the wall, and then they came because they were making that same argument. And so I think part of, aside from just making form, I think it's beholden to you to present your argument of what you're trying to do graphically. And I say that, I'm not trying to say that kind of facetiously, but the reason I bring it up is because professionally, that's what you have to do when you're presenting to a client.
Yeah.
You can talk your ass off like crazy, but if you're not having something to show them to argue to, and saying this is what I'm trying to do, and I'll show you this, they're not gonna say, you know what, I'm not gonna go for it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So, you know, part of the process, and yeah, you have to excuse me because before I came to Little, I was teaching for 10 years. I was a design professor at a university. So this is where I'm coming from. So I think part of the aspect of this is not just presenting your final work, but presenting your argument and arguing with it as architects argue through their presentation. And I think, the ideas that are being presented, they have an interest, there's a possibility in there, but I think there hasn't been anything that's really kind of triggered. You haven't sold me on it. beyond that, okay, it's cool graphics, you know, it's interesting, those spaces. Then I started having questions about scale of those spaces when you have two circular shapes next to each other. You know, it's pretty narrow in there. And particularly now in higher education design, you know, you want attraction, you want people to, wow, I want to come here. You want people to have attachment. They want to, you know, they want to appropriate these spaces so that they want to hang out there. They want to study there. They want to go to classes there, which ultimately leads to kind of achievement. They like it so much there that they're going to study there. They're going to hang out there with their friends and study with their friends, that they end up doing better in their coursework. And so I think you need to think about that when you kind of trying to change this paradigm, so that, you know, these spaces that you're creating, which is basically this hallway with these pods around it, that those hallway, that spaces could be something that could be habitable. I mean, right now they're more populated with furniture than they are with people.
Yeah.
And I think we can't rely on just furniture.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think your project is very strong, personally. I think that I'm impressed that this is you know, you've done this in 5 weeks, and, you know, I don't think it's, you know, there are things that one could work on, like maybe the facades actually could get developed a bit more, but I feel like the bones of it are pretty damn good. I mean, just having, you know, just my personal feeling. I feel like maybe what would help you is, as Roland is saying, when you present your argument, if you, it should be a little bit clearer, like what you're trying to prove. You know what I'm saying? Because that is what architects have to do. We have to prove our arguments to our clients to convince them to spend money, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the more you can refine that, I think your visuals are actually pretty good, but maybe they could use a little bit of editing. There's a little bit of sameness in some of these perspective images, and even with your plans, how you lay out the floors with all the furniture.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're talking about these things because you've reached a pretty high level. So I just encourage you to like kind of make those kind of refinements as you develop.
Thank you.
I agree with Patty on what she said, and I'll say that I agree with Lou Kahn also, who says a building should look like what it is. And I think this looks like an art museum. If I were wandering around and I saw this form from the outside, it looks like an art museum and an art studio, and I'd want to go in it.
Mm-hmm.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Refine the argument. I think that's a good.
Yeah, it's exactly what I wrote down.
Yeah, very good.
Thank
All right,
you.
we have the last project, which is Caitlin. And we're also joined by the chair of the department, George Proctor, who stepped in. He's been working with Caitlin for her thesis, so nice to have him check up on you as you're presenting your final project. And George, this is Patty Ree and Roland Sharp and Sean Rosebrough from HMC. Up, you're muted. Even you are muted, George. All those hours on Zoom and you're still muted.
I'm recovering from an internet crash from last night. It's been a rough morning.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, and so we have the last. So Caitlin, do you want to go ahead?
There. Sorry, I think I think my computer's getting tired because I'm having a little bit of trouble muting and unmuting myself. I think it might just be my computer's getting hot. Can everyone hear me okay?
You're a little fuzzy, but we'll
A little jumpy.
Okay, let me actually switch microphones because it was when I turned my mic on that it started doing this. So give me just 1 second.
Yeah. It might be also because I'm sharing the screen, but. I'm sharing the screen, Kaylin, so if you want, I can just move around too. If you don't want to have concept board up.
얼른 해. 이건.
She frozen?
I'm not sure.
We almost made it through without somebody freezing up.
Yeah. Well, we can, oh, there you are. I was just saying, Caitlin, if you want me to move around, I can also be, and you can turn off concept board and just use the Zoom. Oh, she's frozen.
Froze again.
Well, we may we may have to go a little bit short.
These days will make Luddites out of all of us.
Okay, she's gonna restart Zoom. Good thing is that we also have WhatsApp, so that we can all communicate via text. Well, while she comes back, if you all want to poke around and look at some of the other projects, there's some interesting ideas. So some are, they're basically kind of either block buildings or atrium buildings. There's a couple courtyards. And part of that had to do with the scale. There's one that's almost a tower here at the bottom. It's not quite, but it's a little bit taller than the other buildings. But for the most part, they're two, 3 stories with a basement. But they give a kind of, overall, there's a nice variety of projects and ways of kind of wrestling what was a fairly, I mean, I think a lot of it was just trying to deal with all of the components of the program, which there was a lot of, and then also thinking about sort of the basic orientation of the project and how students might, the kind of relationship between formal and informal learning spaces. So, and the relationship, sort of where the pieces were and how that might impact the design of the project. So, and some of them have, you know, I would say in general, some of them are either organized as a kind of, as bars, like some of the projects that we saw earlier, where there's the pieces are organized into kind of sort of larger components, and then others that are in terms of the interior. So this is a kind of a, this plan had to do with the four-sided orientation of the project, and and kind of thinking about how the exterior open areas around there could be used. So in this case, again, to the northeast corner seemed to be a little bit sort of more important on the site plan, given the way that it had been arranged, given the new project, this new gym, and also just the relationship to this kind of the northwest side, the west end of the campus. And other projects sort of are clustered so that you get a kind of more non-hierarchical circulation system, right? Less defined. And then the other problem was the size of the building, kind of how wide it was, given the size of the program, was how to get light into all of the spaces. Caitlin, you're back?
Yes, I'm back. Yeah,
Like
I think I got it fixed. My computer.
I'm like the intermission show. I'm just like babbling to like make up so that there's not total silence, like the comedians where something goes wrong, they bring in the clown. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. I've got to find my concept board again now. So I'll go ahead and start moderating. So the idea behind my project was to take the circulation of the building and try to use that to open up visual and physical pathways throughout the building to foster exploration and interaction both between the art students and the rest of the campus and within the art community itself. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and start down here with my case studies. So I started off looking at MAT buildings. So I looked at the Munkagård School in Denmark. And then I borrowed someone else's case study to develop my little building. So I also looked at the Saitama Prefectural University. So for the MAT building, what I liked about that was the fact that this rigid grid allows the building to connect within the building very efficiently, but also with the larger context. And then for my artist, I looked at Anna Halprin. So Anna Halprin is a choreographer, and she her work ranges from kind of intimate explorations of body movement to large-scale community dances, like prayer circles. So she uses a lot of circles in her choreography, and again, that idea of connecting, using art to connect with oneself, with one's community, with the greater campus as a whole, I think was something that was kind of strong in her work. So I used this idea of circles to develop a second pathway that connects spaces within the building and moves vertically through the building as well to create more visual pathways as well as the physical connections. So that was the small building that I developed for like a dance studio. And so the pathway starts at the bottom and then circulates up to the upper floors and then incorporates an amphitheater into the upper levels of the path. So I used that idea and kind of expanded it into a larger building for this project. I'll start up here with my my site plan. So this idea of kind of overlaying these two circulation systems, I wanted to use the MAT circulation, that gridded circulation, to create connections between the quad, the entry that the parking lot creates, as well as connections between the two buildings on the side. And then the circular path goes vertically up through the building to connect the ground with rooftop terraces, as well as going through some of the upper levels of these spaces so that you could get windows into the dance studio or windows into the Black Box Theater as you circulate up. Let's see. So let me go ahead and highlight on the site plan where the path, starts and stops. So the path kind of starts right here in front of the gallery and then circulates up past the dance studio right there. and then up through the Black Box Theater, and then up to the rooftop terraces that overlook the outdoor workspace for the visual arts students. And then it ends up over here, and then you can actually go back down through a set of stairs back down to where it starts. So let's see. So go ahead and walk through the floor plans. Let me start with the ground floor here, just to show that again. So on the ground floor, I really wanted to open up these courtyard spaces that face into the different sides of the building. So there's a courtyard space here in front of the gallery. That's where the path starts. So I just want to show it again on the floor plan, and then past the dance studio. And then it connects into the Black Box Theater, so like the upper levels where you would access the light rigs. And then it actually continues up above. But on the ground floor, there's also a space over here by the dressing rooms for performers to hang out between performances. Another courtyard facing the parking lot for scene shop work, for ceramics. The foundry is right here for the metal shop, so you can go outside and work with metals. And then facing the quad is the entrance to the theater, and then another set of stairs that actually go down into the basement to the music department. I'm going to go down to the basement plan to show that. So the stairs go down here. So there's practice rooms for the music, the recording studio, the orchestra pit, as well as some of the digital studio suite. So the animation, as well as music editing on the other side with the other digital suite. And then I actually dug down one level further for the basement to fit in a film studio, because I wanted the really high, or I wanted to get enough depth so that you could use like a green screen. So I dug down one more level for that film studio. Let's see, and then going up to the roof, so the path continues through the Black Box up here to the top, to the rooftop terraces. Rather than doing a bunch of individual faculty offices, there's just a few private offices, and then kind of a student faculty lounge where you could meet with students up here, and that opens up into an outdoor terrace. And then the path actually continues one more level to another rooftop terrace with stairs connecting all the different rooftop platforms. So for the narrative drawing, so I wanted to kind of showcase how the students could interact with one another through these visual and physical pathways, maybe inspire each other, or be able to feel welcome in all the different parts of the department by following these different pathways. So so I depicted an artist in the studio, and then she could walk down, or maybe the musician down here walks up the pathway, passing other programs and other buildings along the way. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
For your perspective views, can you tell us where they're taken from?
Yes, the ones at the top.
Yeah, the ones that were earlier on.
Yeah, so this one here is taken from this side, and this one is taken from the parking lot side.
So if you're a visitor coming to a performance in that theater, you're getting dropped off from the parking lot side, and is the idea that you would go into the building in this kind of courtyard area?
Yeah, so that's one possibility. So there are pathways that go all the way through. There is another entrance to the campus on the east side. So you could also park in the lots on the east side and then walk through the center of campus to the quad to get there. Yeah, so part of the reason why I ended up facing the building towards the parking lot was because that was also a good space to allow drop off, not just for spectators, but for students and for scenery and things like that. So it also serves as kind of the loading zone in the back. But I did want to still make it feel welcoming. So even though it is kind of the back of house of the theater, I did want it to be this friendly open courtyard where there's students working, where it's kind of a busy space. So it still functions as kind of an entryway into the campus.
Got it. And is there a reason why your entrance onto the ramp, which is like this big thing in your project, why does it happen on the east side?
Yeah, so part of that was just to make sure that there was enough space to clear the entrance to the theater. But part of it was also because I felt like this was a main thoroughfare to get from the parking lot onto the campus. So you're actually passing right by the entrance of that pathway as you're going from this side of campus, from the south side of campus into the quad.
Yeah, for some reason I feel like that the east side doesn't, and I don't know this campus or the site as well as you guys do, obviously, but I sort of feel like wouldn't the entrance to the building want to be on like the north side or the south side? Am I misreading this? It almost feels like you have the north and south kind of set up as more prioritized, almost like hierarchically, and then the east side, it didn't come across to me as being such a major entrance side, and that's where your ramp starts. So
yeah, part of what I was thinking about with this project was the idea that really I feel like all four sides are important. So as far as getting visitors onto campus and creating kind of an entryway into the campus, I think the north-south axis is really important. But as far as what the students are going to be doing and how they're going to be interacting with the building, I think the east and west is also important, because the library on the one side and the physical education, or the future physical education building on the other side. So, so part of that was to kind of help activate that side as well and kind of make that a place of importance.
Is this the east side?
Sorry?
Is on the,
yes, that's the east side. Yeah, that's the east side, east elevation.
That's the north.
So you have these, essentially you have these two systems of circulation around and through your building. Can you highlight or kind of expand upon the linear circulation? I think you pretty well covered this kind of circular circulation going around the building. Can you talk about the other means of circulation that you've designed into?
Yeah. So the mat circulation, which is probably strongest on the basement. I think I'm moderating again. Yeah. So it's separates the building basically into 9 pieces. So you have the, oops, that's not the color I want. Yeah. So you have these pathways that go through the building. Right there. And then each of those segments has program within it, and so you can access the classrooms from that grid. And then you can also access some of the, on the basement only, some of the entrances from the grid. And then from the ground floor, you can access basically all the exits from a spot on the grid. So you can see all the way through the building, or move almost all the way through the building. There's a couple of places where I couldn't get it to go all the way through, but.
And the moments when these two systems of circulation kind of crash into each other or overlap, is there anything particularly designed for those moments, either formally or programmatically?
Yeah, so most of that really happens in section because the path rises through the building. So I think the part where it happens the most prominently is in the dance studio. So the circular pathway actually cuts right through the middle of the dance studio, but higher up, so you're not interfering with the dancers or anything. But there are windows that look down into the dance studio from there.
Do you have a section for that?
A deck. let's see. Yeah, so in my narrative, I cut a section through the dance studio.
Okay.
So is it possible, first of all, I think your graphics are really nice. It's a really nice presentation to look at. If you extracted the circular circulation, would the building still work?
Without the vertical or without the circular circulation?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. I think there's a couple of spaces that would be harder to get to without the circular pathway.
So the orthogonal circulation is pretty functional. The circular circulation is experiential.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't mind starting the circle on the east side. I mean, for one, you made a decision, and that's good. To relate it to the library is probably the right way to go from a, program standpoint or synergy standpoint, I guess. Considering the uses. I guess how many times did you rotate it to find the right place to start it and stop it?
Quite a few times. Yeah, that was the part that took the longest, was figuring out where to start and stop the path.
Yeah, to me, there's almost a hybrid here between the Guggenheim meets a Carpenter Center in a way.
Yeah.
I think there's a interesting potential here because of the fact that you have these two means of circulation. In the sense, you have a very functional, pragmatic, linear circulation, and then you have this more experiential, kind of circuitous circulation, which I think in the campus setting, that's pretty successful or pretty beneficial in the sense that you obviously have students who need to come and go to their classes and utilize this building, but then you also have students who are just maybe, or visitors even, just curious about that. They just want to say, oh, what's going on in this new building? What's going on here? And they can kind of take these two different means of circulation to interact with each other. Bring the campus in general, but then have the very specific circulation for those who need to use the building because they're for functional reasons. So I think that's very successful, or there's a big potential there. My only question, I guess, relates to that: where are the kissing points between these two means of circulation? And in doing that, when you have those kissing points, that if they could really be celebrated programmatically, I would say would be the big thing, but also perhaps even formally, that I think it could really create a really distinctive paradigm for an arts center, because you have this kind of almost this studio component to it, but then you also have, as was brought up in the analogy to the Guggenheim, you also have this exposition component of it, which are both part of the idea of arts and fine arts. But I think that would be something that if you were to have more time going forward, that would be something interesting to develop and put forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the ramp is very successful in creating, I know there's been discussion about, oh, is the east side the best place for the entrance or not? But I think the ramp really kind of evens it out so that it makes the building almost, it's almost, it's multifaceted. It has many faces. So there's not really a front, there's not really a back. And that, I think that's to its benefit, being that it is kind of in the middle of the campus, that any way you approach this building, you always recognize and you always see it, and you always have a means to get into it. That sounds good.
I'm curious if you had a strategy behind how you graphically depict this. There's a lot of black and white here and shades of gray. Obviously, it's intentional, and it to me, it makes the ramps pop out. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're thinking from a materiality standpoint on the exterior?
Yeah. So when I was kind of looking at my kind of initial elevations. And I apologize, I think my internet is cutting in and out, so I don't know if you guys can hear me. Okay.
You're okay.
Yep, it's okay.
Okay. It must be, I don't know, maybe it seems to be at the end of the day, so maybe it's just an internet thing. But anyway, so when I was looking at it, I really wanted to highlight the movement that goes through the building. So I wanted the ramp to stand out a lot. So the graphic style that I chose, it because it's circular, it kind of pops out from the rest of the building, so that kind of naturally happens with that depiction. So I did want to use that black and white graphics to really emphasize that. And then the other parts of the facade, this kind of panel system. So let me just move to this one. I think this is the one that. So this kind of angle to the facade was meant to emphasize the slope of the ramp. So it has the same slope, but in the opposite direction, to kind of give it that visual trick of emphasizing it a little bit more to really emphasize that that movement. So that was kind of where that came from. And I did want to keep the building very neutral tones because so much was going on formally. So as far as material, I think I kind of had the same thought. So just, very neutral, concrete, white panels, just to allow the form to really do the speaking, so to speak.
I really like the how it's, and I think Roland said it quite well, how you've kind of packed your program in, and it's very functional and efficient, and it's orthogonal. And then the circle, the curve kind of is a counterpoint to that. And it's also like you're more meandering, you're more social, you're more hangout, messy, potentially area. I think that's actually, it's a very nice counterpoint. If you've looked at the Carpenter Center, which I think is a really good precedent for you, one of the really nice things about it is that it's also the path that it takes you through the building, which anyone can take. You don't have to actually, because it's totally public. It also takes you from like one point to another. There's like it can be on your way home or cutting through campus. So I always love that part of the building, or that fact, so that it's not like you do it once and then you never do it again, but it can be part of an everyday path for a lot of people. So it's just something that you might want to consider.
Yeah, I think you chose to tackle a lot here in integrating, kind of a spiral over a grid or a tic-tac-toe board, as you see here. I think you did pretty well with it, and kind of parceling out what's important, what needs to connect with what, and who's experiencing what around the building. I think you did a good job with that.
Thank you.
There was some earlier discussion earlier on about the kind of the 9 square grid problem, right? From like Palladio's houses, which have 4 entrances and then a kind of central area. And then there's basically the kind of sort of crochet in between, kind of allows each one of the quadrants to have a distinct space, which I think you're getting to. I mean, I think maybe the complication was just that there's so many rooms and so many little rooms that the clarity of that is a little bit harder to achieve, because you don't have sort of 9 large spaces that would allow you to kind of more easily read that. So like the 4 entrances of like the Villa Rotunda is a little bit less clear in this, but there's a nice, I don't know, I think I agree. I don't know what George thinks. We had this discussion a little bit earlier.
Yeah, also tend to think that a lot of art schools need big, open
very unstructured spaces, and the subdivision of space really wants to be a consequence of work patterns and projects and a variety of other things, not unlike our studio environments. So I wonder about, this gets really granular too. Where are all those big spaces that might be a big project sometimes, or several group projects some other time in the same big space? Even the Carpenter Center, which sort of all hangs off the datum of the ramp, those geometries are, to borrow from the, what was it earlier, the egg analogy, right? It's got an irregular geometry around its perimeter, but a lot of those pieces that hang off the ramp are also big open spaces where projects can take place. So yeah, I think it's very ambitious to try to take these two things and force them together. And it's probably an opportunity to learn about the benefits of choosing your battles. I think I sort of agree about, there's the four sides to the building, but there is, there's a kind of, there's a formality of the north elevation because it faces the quad. And I would expect that's the kind of formal way you engage the theater. And it would probably present differently than to arrive from the parking lot. And then there's this, I think it's important to have the building be recognized from the parking lot, but it is the kind of back of house. And because each of the four elevations also has a similarity to them, it may be a bit confusing for the first time visitor to know where to go. Like, where do I engage this thing? So that's probably something that could be worked out in development. And I don't know where you start this circle, where it starts. There's programmatically, there's something kind of interesting about starting next to the library. It could also be very fascinating to have this start on the north elevation where guests arriving for the first time say, hey, what's this? Let's go see if we can get the rooftop view and look down on the quad. And then there's also the argument that says, maybe you don't want it to be so obvious. It's the secret gem of this building. So I think that there's a lot of different agendas going on, and maybe part of the argument, since you've heard discussion about making a good argument for what you do, is maybe to give more priority to certain things. It was suggested that it's good that you made a decision about where to start the ramp, but I think the decisions want to be tightened up to serve maybe a bigger agenda. Right now, I think the agenda is maybe too dispersed. Maybe that also has a consequence of the program, Sarah, because there's like,
no, I was taking the blame for that, not Caitlin. Like when we, part of the, I think it was a fun challenge when you give students a building that it's like a million little rooms, and some people chose to sort of, buck that, and that's their right as long as they had a strong argument for it. But if you really want to say, okay, I'm going to take the program at its word and try to accommodate all of these smaller spaces, it does create some, well, it obviously just makes the problem more difficult, and also kind of usually gets in the way of the clarity of the diagram.
Well, maybe that's part of the argument to take back to the client too, to say, hey, wait a second, right?
Caitlin had a question for you really quick. In your process of developing the project, did you take in mind kind of the different types of users and different types of experiences as they would engage your building?
Yeah. The idea that
and how the circulation types played into that?
Yeah. So yeah, it's because it is a lot of users having to, well, how did you get in for theater performances, and what about students that aren't in the art department? Because you want them to engage with the building, and then the students within the art department, and then the faculty as well. It was a lot of different users kind of overlapping. on each other. So I think what I really wanted to do with this was to allow all those different users to interact. So part of the reason why I went to the Saitama Prefectural University as for my little building was because you can actually walk on the roofs and then you take stairs down to get into the classrooms. And so the idea of having a pathway going up to the roof was something that felt really inviting to me. Like if I was just visiting the campus, like maybe I'm just a community member that just wants a place to hang out, that being able to not necessarily go into the building where I feel like I'm intruding on other people's space, but to stay outside the building and still have an opportunity to look inside, I felt like that was something that I really wanted to emphasize to help connect the building with the community. And then the rigid grid, part of the reason for that was also because I feel like I'm not familiar with all these spaces, but I have taken like ceramics classes, and the spaces in like a ceramic studio are very, very specific and they have very specific needs. And so I didn't really want to break out of that too much. And so the idea of having that rigid grid for the students so that they can find their way, so that they have spaces that work for them, that was also really important as well. So kind of balancing those two needs, I thought that the overlap would work really well for that. So that's kind of what I was trying to use it for.
Can I ask, were you guys allowed to add to the program? And the reason I bring that up, because I think your project in particular, I think could benefit from you having that license, let's say, to, in a sense, invent a program, invent a space in where these different kinds of users who are coming along different avenues, one through a sweeping boulevard and one through a efficient street, kind of come and interact. And what happens at that point? Is that become a gallery space, kind of a temporary gallery space for students to pin up work? Or, does it become, if it's near the theater, does it become some sort of a breakout Starbucks kind of thing? I don't know. But I'm just wondering if that was permissible within your brief.
Yeah, I felt like we had a lot of flexibility with those kind of in-between spaces. And I think that's just something that I hadn't quite gotten to in the development is actually programming those spaces. But I think that's a great idea, and that's definitely something. I mean, I did kind of start putting in social stairs to connect all the rooftop terraces so that the areas where the pathway intersects with a landing or a level, those do become courtyards. But yeah, I think that'd be a great idea to actually put something in that courtyard rather than just having it be a big empty space.
All right, well, we need to let our nice jurors go home and do other work and tend to their dogs and other things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
so
you, everyone.
much.
That was really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All for coming over. And yeah, if you want to poke around today or tomorrow, this concept board's up. There's a few interesting solutions to the same problem. It's always fun to see how people interpret the prompt that they're given.
Thank you. Nice to meet all of you, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, really nice work. Graphically, there's like a consistency and it's very strong. So
yeah, we're excited as leaders in the industry to see folks like this coming through. We're always looking for our replacements. Remember, keep that in mind, people.
All right. Very good. Students, good job. Get some sleep. Thursday will be a little less stressful because you won't have stayed up all night. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, nice job today. Let me unshare and get off the internet.